Phone. One minute.
hear me? Very good. We are about to start. Sorry for the delays. It's not intended. Just some few logistical challenges. But then we have been able to sort out things. The CS is almost here, and so we need to start. First of all, I would like to invite the moderator, Dr. Helen Kezienwoha, who is the director, Women's International Peace Center, based in Uganda. She will be the moderator for the opening ceremony this morning. So I'll kindly invite her to take us through what we shall be doing this morning. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Ozo, for the kind introduction. On behalf of the members of the Network of Southern Voices Network for Peace Building, the East African region members, I welcome each one of you to these 2 days of regional workshop that we are holding for this year. And the first one of its type since we started this network some years back. This morning, we will be starting by holding a conversation around why we are having this meeting, what is the purpose, is it important at this time, but also we hope that we'll have an interesting keynote address to be able to set the pace for the conference this morning. So why are we discussing preventing and countering extremism in the COVID-19 era? I think it's no that ATPS is throughout the COVID-19 crisis, which started around early this year in the first quarter, specifically February, March. We've seen that some of the measures that were taken by countries globally tended to keep everyone in a place to be able to cut down the spread of the disease. And what we've seen in doing this is that many people are then confined in their homes, but the only means of communication then becomes information technology, which also we know that has propagated the issue of violence extremism so much more, not just in the East African region or in the countries who are members of this network, but also in Africa and then globally. So it then becomes important that we begin to reflect on what we can do as stakeholders, as people who are practicing prevention of violence extremism, and people who work around peace building, to see how we can bring in our different perspectives to ensure that we map out what we can do to be able to respond and to be able to prevent and counter violent extremism during this period. We also know that we are not really sure how far this COVID-19 is going to take us. We don't know what is going to be happening in the next, but we do know that it's going to have an impact on violent extremism. So it's something that we believe that to continuously build peace in the region, we need to have this conversation and develop a plan of action that then enables us to respond effectively. So the conversations in the next 2 days, we'll be looking at the different scenarios, the different areas of focus to enable us to do this effectively, but also to evaluate evaluate where we are in terms of countering violent extremism, where we hope to be, and how this can be achieved in the context of COVID. So to set us up this morning in terms of our opening ceremony, allow me to introduce the chair for this morning section, whom I've met informally this morning and delightfully, Professor Crispus Kiamba, who is the chair of the board of directors of ATPS based in Kenya. Professor Kiamba is also a professor at the University of Nairobi. He's a professor of land economics and urban planning. He has also previously worked for the government of Kenya as the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology for 8 years. It is then not surprising that he chairs the board of ATPS, knowing the focus of work of ATPS. He also lectures at the university. He had also been a vice chancellor and deputy vice chancellor of the university. So Professor Kiamba, we are very a better person who would lead us through the ceremony. So you're welcome, Professor Kiamba. I will then request you to please welcome Dr. Ozor, Dr. Mond, and the keynote speaker for the opening session. I will just be listening in now as I observe the process. So thank you very much, Prof. And Mr. Chair for the opening session. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Is that better? That's better. I enjoined myself with Helen from Uganda. These are the miracles of technology in very warmly welcoming all of you to this morning session that I'll be chairing. And we have a number of key persons who are going to speak to us, tell us key roles of important institutions that they are responsible for or they are managing. And we will start with the ATPS. The chief executive or the executive director will be giving us some welcome statements, and probably he will also tell us a little more detail. What is ATPS? What does it do? And perhaps start the discussion on the role of science, technology, innovation in supporting, fighting very important and destructive processes of extremism. That is very important. So we have the keynote speaker today. He will also be talking to us. I'll introduce him when that time comes. We also have the chief guest of honor, who is also here, and we are very delighted. We were to have the cabinet secretary responsible for interior and coordination of national development. And in there also the question of security comes in. The cabinet secretary has very kindly requested the secretary in the interior ministry to speak on his behalf, and I will introduce him with some more detail later, Mr. Moffat Kangi. So let's then straight, since we are a little bit late, immediately start with the chief executive, the executive director of ATPS, Dr. Nicholas Ozor, to give us welcome remarks and anything else that he feels is important as the host of this particular meeting. I know we are not very many, but there is some beauty in smallness. We are more intimate, we can talk more closely, and understand each other even maybe better than when you're in a crowd. So don't be worried, we are few. And at any rate, we have the global community also looking at us and participating in this process with us. So once again, warmly feel you are part of this and contribute as much as you can. The Executive Director, Nicholas, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for chair of this program and chair of ATPS board for inviting me to make a welcoming remark on this occasion. Without wasting time, this event is being organized by the African Technology Policy Studies Network in partnership with other key actors in Eastern Africa that have interest with regards to peace building in Africa. And as I will let you know later about this Southern Voices Network for peace building, I would like to also inform you that the event is being co-hosted by the Center for Media, Democracy, Peace and Security of the Rongo University, Kenya. Other partners are the Women's International Peace Center, Uganda, the Center for Conflict Management, University of Rwanda, the Institute of Policy Analysis and Research, Rwanda, the Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia, and the Wilson Center, United States of America. These partners have jointly come together to organize this maiden event, as we were informed by the moderator. My job is very simple, and that is to say welcome to all of you who are here, and to those who are listening to us from far and wide across the globe. You are welcome. As you may know, the issue of preventing and countering violent extremism has always been very important, especially now, even during the COVID-19 era. And that is why when we were asked in Eastern Africa, the partners to choose, to discuss and choose the topic that will be the key focus of this our event, there was this harmony that there is need to discuss and identify areas, strategies, mechanisms for preventing and countering violent extremism, especially in the COVID-19 era. Like I said before, the Southern Voices Network for Peace Building is a continent-wide network of African policy and research organizations that works with the Wilson Center USA, Wilson Center Africa program, to bring African knowledge and perspectives to US, African, and international policy on peace building in Africa. The program was established in 2011 and supported by the generous financial support of the Carnegie Corporation of New York. The project provides avenue for African researchers and practitioners to engage with and exchange, analysis and perspectives with the US, African, and international policymakers in order to develop the appropriate, cohesive, and inclusive policy frameworks and approaches to achieving sustainable peace in Africa. Again, since it was established, there has always been exchanges where African partners visit the Wilson Center in Washington for programs, for conferences, as well as situations where the US partner come to Africa for our meetings. The initiative to devolve and have regional meetings across Africa has become very important to enable us dig deeper into key issues that affect different regions on the continent. And that is why the first ever regional conference was held in Accra, Ghana, and this is the second of its kind, but first in Eastern Africa. The interest of ATPS here is because we cannot build sustainable peace, we cannot counter violent extremism without embracing science, technology, and innovation, as we shall see in the course of this conference. The ATPS is a transdisciplinary network of researchers, policymakers, civil society actors, and the private sector actors that promote the generation, the dissemination, and mastery of science, technology, and innovation for Africa's development. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that ATPS, since our inception, have made impacts, especially policy impacts, across the continent and beyond. Established in the 80s, we have our headquarters here in Nairobi, but we work across 30 countries, 27 in Africa, but 3 in the diaspora in the US, Australia, and the United Kingdom. In the current dispensation, we have 4 key strategic areas where we work. In the area of agriculture, food, and nutrition, in the area of energy, especially renewable energy, climate change and environment, as well as health innovations. We also have programmatic activities that cut across these thematic priorities, including science, technology, and innovation policy research, policy making, and implementation. We have youth and gender empowerment programs where, of course, issues of peace building are very relevant. We also have capacity building programs, knowledge brokerage, as well as intra-Africa and global partnerships. So, ATPS has participated fully in the past in the SVNP program, and we are active partners together with the other partners on the continent. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you once again for making our time to come to honor our invitation, both physically and virtually for those of you who are watching us from different parts of the world. We are very happy to have you with us, and I'm sure that at the end of this 2-day meeting, you will learn 1 or 2 things that will enable you know how to either individually or collectively prevent and counter violent extremism of any kind. We have experts here who will dig deeper and give us greater insights than some of us who are scratching it from the surface. So at this note, I want to say, on behalf of the Eastern African partners of SVNP, welcome to all of you and enjoy your stay. Thank you very much.
Can I suggest we give him a warmer clap, please? Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Nicholas, for welcoming all of us, not only the people in this building, but the total global community participating in this conference. It was very important to indicate that ATP has really serves all of us. It is really upon us to approach ATP as if we feel it can assist you as a government, as an institution, as an NGO, to think and utilize science, technology, and innovation in whatever you are doing. So thank you very much, Nicholas. The next speaker is from the Wilson Center, and he will also be making welcome remarks. And this will be Dr. Monde Muyangwa. He's the Director, Africa Program, Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. I'm sure he's somewhere in New York or US, or is he here with us? Washington. So, Monde, I can't see you at the moment, and you are welcome to speak to us. He's online already? Okay, okay. Let's welcome him with a, he's speaking from so far away. You're most welcome, you're most welcome. The language in East Africa is karibu sana, tunakukaribisha.
how COVID has impacted security on the continent, to ask all of us, each of us, how whether our responses still are up to par in terms of addressing the changes that COVID has visited upon us. And so over the next 2 days, I am really looking forward to hearing from you all on the ground out there in East Africa.
Hi, Monday. Monday?
Yes.
You see, you had muted your laptop in the better part of your speech. So we are not hearing you at all. We want to plead if you can restart your, because we were just seeing you and knowing that you are talking, but we were not hearing you because your microphone was on mute. And people had sent you messages that you should unmute. So now that we are hearing you, they said they cannot miss the those opening remarks of yours, which, as we know, is usually powerful. So please, can you replay? Thank you very much.
I'm sorry you couldn't hear me. I'm not sure what happened because I have been unmuted, so maybe somebody else was controlling me. But I think I'm getting notices here that they heard my remarks. So yes, I'm getting messages from everybody that's online that they've heard my remarks and it was clear. So let me do this. Let me just conclude by saying, and I'll send you my remarks, Dr. Ozo, so you can share those in the packet later on. But what I was saying was that COVID has turned the world upside down. It has impacted the security landscape, including in Africa. And it behooves all of us to take a step back to really assess the different ways in which COVID has impacted security on the continent, particularly in the space of violent extremism, to ask ourselves at the various levels, international, national, regional, and local, whether our responses to countering violent extremism need to be revisited to make them more effective in this COVID era. And I am absolutely delighted that our colleagues in East Africa have put together such a fantastic slate of speakers to really help us delve into the nature scope of violent extremism in East Africa in the COVID era. What are our current responses? How well are they working? How can we make them more effective to respond to changes that COVID has visited upon us? I am really looking forward to hearing from all of you, coming up with some concrete ideas, facilitating that exchange of information between SVN experts on the ground and government officials and policymakers on how we can do things better and more effectively to meet this challenge that COVID has visited upon us. And with that, I will conclude to say thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of this discussion. Thank you so much to all of you for turning up for this discussion. And I wish all of us a very, very productive and forward-leaning discussions on concrete actions that we can take to better meet this challenge of violent extremism in the region. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm turn it over to.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. We are communicating at least. Thank you very much for your welcome remarks. We really appreciate, despite the fact that you are probably 1 million miles away, you are talking as if you are just here, which is the whole lessons of technology. So let's now invite the next person to also give welcome remarks, particularly from the Eastern Africa partners. And we have Professor Frederick Ogenga, Center for Media, Democracy, Peace and Security. And I believe it is based at Rongo University. Yes, and I have very soft spot for universities like Rongo University, I must say. There are universities that I was part of the team that set them up in 2012 as the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. And it's amazing to see the changes that have taken place within a very short time. And as I talk about Rongo, let us remember a sister university, Garissa University, which we established at the same time, suffered a major blow when it was also attacked because of extremism. So this is really relevant even for universities to be part of this process. Frederick, we welcome you to make your welcome remarks. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to our online audiences. You can wave from wherever you are on the planet. We are very glad to have you this morning, of course, to share our thoughts about the future of humanity as far as peace building is concerned, and in this case, in the context of violent extremism and COVID-19. I must say that, first of all, I must start by really thanking our partners who made this a reality. And I'm talking about Carnegie Corporation through Southern Voices Network for Peace Building at the Africa program of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. I must really, really thank them for creating this opportunity for East Africa to also join in the race of seeking lasting solutions to peace and security in Africa regarding violent extremism. And on that note, I would want to just remind you, as Nicholas said, that this is actually the second of a conference of this kind, the first one having been held in West Africa. And we are trying to see what kind of lessons we can draw from the Western African brothers and apply them in East Africa in this conversation as we broadly work together. So I think I do not need to belabor the point of the partners that are already involved in this forum, two-day forum. But I would like to talk a little bit about what we do at the Center for Media Democracy, Peace and Security at Rongo University. What we look at Rongo University is that we look at, like Professor Kiamba said, the centrality of technology when it comes to peace building and peace and security. And now in the context of violent extremism, we would want to look at the centrality of media technology, including social media technologies, as far as violent extremism is concerned. So going forward, in my presentation, you'll really get to learn the kind of steps, the kinds of interventions, partnerships and collaborations, and even thoughts that we have going forward. Now that we have, now that Corona happened, we normally say that in Kenya, we see things changing, and we want to have some reflections on how we want to continue, because it's not going to be business as usual with our peace and security journey as far as conflict, violent extremism is concerned. I would also want to thank really our partners here in Nairobi, ATPS, Nicholas Ozo specifically. Thank you so much for working so hard to pull this through. I would also want to thank our sisters and brothers in Rwanda and Uganda, and of course, not forgetting Ethiopia, all these Southern Voices Network organizations that are not here face-to-face with us, but are actually virtually present, and we are looking forward to their engagement as we move forward. So I also want to take this opportunity, without much ado, to welcome you all to the first ever East African Regional Conference on Countering Violent Extremism, but put a rider there in the context of COVID-19. And this is going forward. I mean, COVID-19, it seems as if is here to stay. So we want to look at ways in which we can be able to stay with COVID-19, but also stay safe from the enemies of peace and security, who we know cause devastations, including in universities where we come from. I want to thank you and welcome you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick. We appreciate the welcome and invitation remarks to the total group participating in this conference. This then leads straight to the keynote speaker. We will hear an address titled Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism During and Post-COVID-19 Era. It will be delivered by, and you know, this just looks like an African name, Ono Koopman from the Royal Dutch Embassy based in Kenya. I would like to assume is therefore a Dutchman. You're most welcome to talk to us. He will give us the keynote address about the issues of this conference. And really, you are free to speak as long as you want. Certainly, I will not allow you to speak for a whole day, and you may immediately come to the front. Let's welcome him with an applause.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first of all, Excellency Dr. Fred Matiangi, Cabinet Secretary and Minister of Interior. Also Dr. Nicolas Ozor, African Technology and Policy Studies Network, Executive Director, but also the host of this event. Also Professor Crispus Kiamba, he was just here, the ATPS Chair of Board. Professor Frederick Ogenga, Director CMDPS, and the co-host of this event. And Dr. Monde Muyangwa, African Program Director of the Wilson Center. And I was impressed to hear you because I realized that it's in the middle of the night for you. And Professor Walter Oyawa, Director General, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, Nakoski. And also our moderator, Mrs. Helen, Director of Women's International Peace Center in Uganda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, online or here, physically here in this room. It's really an honor and a pleasure for me to be here at this first, and it's a long name, first Southern Voices Network for Peace Building East Africa Regional Policy Conference. As I said, it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here. I have to admit something, because it was already a while ago that my friend Frederick requested me if I was willing to give a speech at this event. And I said immediately to him, that's okay, I will do it. But it was only by the end of last week, when I got the program, that I realized that I was put as the keynote speaker. And then when I was listening to the earlier speakers already, and especially Mrs. Helen, she said that I will set the pace for this conference. So that is a huge responsibility, of course. And I was extremely afraid the whole weekend, of course. But my wife, she's the smartest person I know, she said, it's the easiest thing to do, the keynote speech for a conference. The only thing you have to do is ask a lot of questions, saying a lot of things, And then the other people have 1.5 days just to try to find the answers to it. So I'm happy with such a wise woman. However, when I looked again to the list of participants, and also when I saw the poster, then I saw doctor this, professor that, doctor this, doctor, professor. And one other name, Onno Koopmans. No professor, no doctor. So again, that makes it very difficult for me and made me a bit nervous. On the other hand, we know I'm working for the Dutch Embassy, the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And there we have different partners here in the country. So I used our partners here in the country and the different reports they were writing also on this subject. So I would like already in advance to mention our collaboration with the UNDP. And in that case, I refer also to all the document already for them, the journey to extremism in Africa. But I also would like to mention Wasafiri. They are an important partner for us, together with the UK Embassy, the British High Commission. We finance before the BRICS program, but now the CREATE program. And in that case, Wasafiri is doing the research for us. And I would also like to mention the Royal United Service Institute, RUSI, who is a partner from the Netherlands as well. So if you hear that I say things and you think that are quite smart, the chance is quite big that it's coming from them and not from myself. Anyway, this regional conference, this is a regional conference. I realize that. On the other hand, in my keynote, I mainly will focus on Kenya. The reason is not that I'm not interested in the other part. My own job, I'm the regional security coordinator officially, or I put on my business card, I'm the regional PCVE coordinator for East Africa, and I'm focusing on Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. But for this speech, I mainly will focus on the context of Kenya, because I know that situation best. But also, I think a lot of those things that are happening here can be translated to other countries as well. But before I really go into the COVID case, I think it's important that we also talk a little bit about the drivers, the potential drivers for recruitment for Al-Shabaab. And I'm working now 5 years here in the country on this subject. And I just would like to mention 10 aspects, but I think that are extremely important. And in that case, I try to translate that, or I make questions, as advised by my wife, related to COVID-19. And of course, I will look for some of the answers as well. But as said, you still have 1.5 days to come back with other answers as well. A very important aspect, I think, in recruitment is that a lot of recruitment always is happening in borderlands and peripheral areas that suffered already, sometimes already for generations, of marginalization. That's not fully true, by the way, anymore, because I think that especially after the Dusit of, we call it the Riverside 14 attack, that during that attack we discovered that it's not only in the known hotspots that people are recruited, so it's also happening outside. And in that case, you can ask the question related to COVID itself. If there are certain areas that are suffering more than the others due to COVID, or due to the measures related to COVID, will that create new hotspots for recruitment or not? I don't know the answer yet. And second important thing what I learned in the last 5 years about recruitment is that education is extremely important, because people that have been recruited compared with their peers, we noticed that they often have a lower level of secular education. Not all of them, because there is recruitment ongoing on universities as well. That's one of the programs, for example, we focus on with RUSI as well. But often they have a lower level of education. So I am wondering, if you look to the closure of the schools, what kind of impact that might have. What does it mean for the current students' generation? Are they going back to school after a year, or did they find another way to spend their time? So that's an important question, and it might have a huge impact. A third thing I would like to mention is also related to education, but that is more related to religious literacy. Because also one of the things that we noticed is with recruits, often they have a very low level of religious literacy. And why is that an important aspect? Because it means that they very much depend on others for the interpretation of the Quran. And in that case, you can tell them everything. And you can have different interpretations, and if you have an extremist view of the Quran itself, you can easily tell that to a group that is not able to read it themselves and to have their own interpretation. But I was thinking about, and that's also about the role of ideology, you can always have a discussion about it, how big that role is, and I know there are different opinions, but at least I was wondering if COVID might have an impact on that one as well. And I'm not sure about that. So I know that madrasas have, of course, are in principle closed as well. So at least the knowledge of the people will not become higher. But I don't know the answer again. Then I look to the need for employment is frequently mentioned as for the time that people are joining, voluntarily recruited, the need for employment is often mentioned as an important reason. And I say that for people that are voluntarily recruited, because there are also people forcibly recruited, and in that case it's often more a security matter. But the one who voluntarily are recruited, they are often still in need of employment. We know that COVID, that more people become unemployed, that there are people that will get financial stress, let's put it like that. And I'm wondering, might they become more vulnerable for recruitment in that case? And a fifth aspect already is the limited confidence in institutions and in the democratic system that people have that were recruited. That's quite logical, of course, because if you make such extreme step to join a group like Al-Shabaab, then most likely the trust in the institutions in the country itself is not that high. And of course there is a big difference compared with the people that live in the country itself. But then it's also the question is, how is COVID building or the confidence in the government itself? Does COVID affect that? And explanations and motivations taken, the government measures and actions by the government is extremely important, of course, from how are they perceived by the people and are they properly implemented. And that's important, of course, to keep in mind. How much do the people accept the measures put in place? And because if they do not accept it, then again, it might be a driver to violent extremism. Don't turn it the other way around. I'm not saying it will, by the way. And in that case, it's always for me important to mention as well, if we talk about government and trust in institutions, then it's also important to mention that religious leaders and community leaders are important in this case as well. And they are very important to bring messages. And if they support messages, that is very helpful for government, of course, to get their messages across. And I think, by the way, that's also one of the reasons I talk a lot with the NCTC, and they have, of course, their national strategy. And if you look to the national strategy, then you see the importance of working together with religious leaders and working together with a community. And with civil society partners, because you need the civil society partners to reach out to the people. The sixth element I would like to mention is the speed of recruitment itself. And then I'm always amazed to realize that what I understand, that 80% of the people are recruited within a year. So the moment it starts the process before they are recruited, it takes an 80% less than a year. But, and that is quite shocking, it is almost 50% can even be done within a month. And that's important to keep in mind, of course, because it's very difficult to counter recruitment if recruitment can go so fast. And again, that makes it important to focus very much on the preventative side as well. Countering is nice, but prevention is even better, if it is possible. By the way, I always think about, if I talk about recruitment and the speed of recruitment, I refer to that report of the UNDP, and although it's not mentioned in the report itself, what I learned there is that all the people they spoke with, they were recruited by Al-Shabaab. That none of the persons they spoke with is the oldest son in a family. That's a very interesting thing, of course. You can consider to have a one-child policy because then you only have older sons, of course. But that's not automatically going to work. But the older son has a specific responsibility in the family. They have a specific expectation. And maybe that already prevents people, if they have something important to do, if there is something expected from them, that the chance that they will be recruited is smaller. And we know, of course, the chance that you will be recruited when you are employed, when you are married, and especially also when you have a child and you have a responsibility for the family, the chance to be recruited is already smaller. The seventh aspect I would like to mention is that it is not, although personal aspects are very important, the community level and the social networks, or the lack of them, are very influential as well. And in that case, if we look to COVID again, we can ask the questions to ourselves, is COVID affecting the cohesion of the community? And is it changing the social networks for people? And is there social tension coming from COVID? And that might be related again to government action, but it might also be related to issues in the community itself. If you do not have time to go to school, or if you cannot go to school and you're in the street, what kind of effect might that have? Again, I'm not giving the answers at this moment. Recruitment is also a highly localized process. I always say it might differ from village to village, and it very much depends, for example, who is the imam in a village, but again also the community network and how does it function. But it is also influenced by globalized ideas. What I noticed when COVID started, that Al-Shabaab as well, by the way, but Al-Qaeda said immediately that it is a disease for the infidels. And I thought immediately, and it's Al-Shabaab was saying that as well, that's a quite risky theory, of course, because if you get affected yourself, then you're saying I'm an infidel as well. Al-Shabaab did it the same. They used the same messages, that the virus is just only attacks infidels, and it's a punishment of Allah. But later, when COVID was reaching Somalia as well, and when it was hitting also areas from Al-Shabaab itself, and Al-Shabaab controlled areas, they changed their narrative, and they started to say that they will provide healthcare, and blaming the government that they didn't do anything for the people. That narrative was not totally correct, because what I noted that the government in Somalia themselves gave a lot of messages, and what they did well, in my opinion, is that they involved religious leaders very much to give these messages. And again, what mentioned before, they are often very trusted in the communities itself. The ninth element I would like to mention is who is introducing recruits to the organization itself. And then that's important to realize as well. We not always, we often talk about the importance of religious figures, but in reality, most people are recruited by their friends, by their peers. That is the most important group. And in the context of Somalia, you can imagine that easily, of course, because in Somalia, when you are young and when you're 20 years old, and you live in an area that is controlled by Al-Shabaab, then you don't know better already than the authority in that area is Al-Shabaab. So for you to make a choice to join a group like Al-Shabaab is almost the same as you decide to join the police here in Kenya. So, and especially if your friend is going there, it's an easy step to join. That's different in the context of Kenya, of course, but peers are extremely important. And again, in that case, we can also question how this at this moment works in the context of Kenya. And is there a change as well? Because one of the studies I read as well, of more studies even, indicated that the internet recruitment is relatively low in the context of Kenya before. But is this changing at the time that with COVID itself? People are not going to school, people are more in the street, but maybe people are more on the internet as well and can easily get access. And the last point I would like to mention as what I learned from the past is the tipping points. And that is the tipping point because it's never one element that makes you decide to join a group like Al-Shabaab. And what I understand is a very important tipping point is often government action. So if the government takes a certain action, if the government is hitting people or is killing people, etc., and that is not accepted within the context that is happening, that might be a driver for people, or it might be the tipping point for the government, for people to join Al-Shabaab. So it's very important again how the government actions have been so far perceived. Is there social tension coming? Are the security forces, and things like that. And I will come back to that a bit later. And also an element that's maybe interesting in this case to mention is the security forces, that they are very preoccupied with COVID-19 management itself. So it might also be that they lose the focus on VE operations. But as said, I'm not going, but I am also not able to answer all those questions. But I will reflect on some of them. And when the pandemic started, also in the context of Kenya, I had with colleagues quite a lot of discussions, and I also had some discussions with the NCTC to look to this issue itself, how they look to it. And at that time, then I talk about March, April, we had some key risks we saw, and we also had some assumptions. And one of the assumptions is, and I just look back already to the drivers itself, that I said that the drivers might be worsened due to COVID. So our assumption was that it also would make people more vulnerable to recruitment itself. And another assumption we had, that the lockdown and closing schools might leave people more vulnerable to online recruitment, and because they had nothing else to do. And a third assumption we had at that time is also that violent extremist groups might utilize the narrative of excessive force by the government security people. So they might use that to recruit people. So if I look now back to the last 6-7 months, what happened in Kenya? If I look to the number of attacks that happened by Al-Shabaab in Kenya, then I know that in 2016 there were 63, in 2017 there were 79 attacks, 2018 there was lower with 59, but 2019 there were 83. And so far, if I counted correctly till last week, we were around 76 attacks. So there are not more attacks in the context of Somalia, of Al-Shabaab in the context of Kenya. We know that it went a bit down when COVID started, and we know that it is happening more often now, but there is not an unused change. So that might be an indication as well how it works with recruitment at this moment. So we think that recruitment is continuing, that radicalization might continue, but there is no significant changes observed so far. And there is also no evidence, for me at least at this moment, that Al-Shabaab has stepped up its efforts since COVID started. And I realize, of course, that the environment is difficult, the operating environment is difficult, not only for Kenyans itself, but also for Al-Shabaab cells in Kenya. And recruitment itself it's a difficult logistical exercise and not that easy. And in that case, what I noticed as well and what I learned as well is that people are at this moment, because of COVID, also more concerned about outsiders visiting their community. So you have in Kenya officially already the Numba Kumbi system, the 10 houses system, and I think that people are realizing much better at this moment that if someone's visiting their community, that might be in certain risks. So that is also for certain recruiters that are traveling around, that might be more difficult as well. And the government response, if I look back to that issue, I mentioned it already, the importance of it. I really have to compliment the government of Kenya with the communication on COVID. And I think it was very well received by the people in the country itself. There were a lot of messages on a very regular basis, and that still continues. The initial management of the crowd control to enforce the curfew, there were in the beginning certain issues, and of course that was not very much appreciated by the population. On the other hand, the government was very clear on their messages as well, and some officers have also been charged with the use of excessive force. And in that case, it shows again that this is not acceptable in the context of Kenya. So I think that the government was very clear on those messages as well. But months of years, because I realize how difficult these things are. I work at an embassy, and I know as well, for example, we have many people coming asking for visa at our embassy to travel to Europe. And if you treat everybody well, and in 99 out of the 100 cases it goes fine, then you never hear that. But if something goes wrong with a certain person, then it's put in the media and it's a big issue. And that's with these things as well, of course. Certain excesses that happened have been put big in the media and is a big issue, of course. And that's what you can't afford in situations like this. But it's all the things that the police is doing well is never put in the newspaper. It's not the police saved again this woman or whatever. You never read that in the news. So I understand how difficult it is. And it's a pity that certain excesses really might give a negative view, while a lot of things, good things are happening as well. But what is mentioned as well, and what I hear a lot, is that the money extortion of people that have been reported. So that is also partly with the security forces and police, but also in health facilities. And it's also partly denied, but if it is true or not, the perception is certainly there. Yes. So it's very important that to work on the trust and the legitimacy of the state itself during the pandemic, because it might have been degraded in some areas, while again, I really mean if I say that I can give a lot of compliments from what the government did correct. So what can we conclude so far? The fact so far shows that our perceived risk and assumptions, what I mentioned, were not really actual risks, because the economic impact of the virus has been profound for many, and this economic hardship, but this economic hardship does not automatically translate into people moving to sign up with violent extremist groups. And it's always, what we said already, a combination of factors, but it's not clear yet that COVID really made a change in that one. And Of course, I do not have that much data to prove this, but the other way around, I do not see a lot of evidence that this is happening already in the context of Kenya. So the assumptions failed also to ignore the role played by the violent extremist entity itself. Because if you want to take advantage of the increased vulnerabilities, Al-Shabaab, in this case, will need to take action. And so far, they have not been able to do so. And it's not that they were able to get the people on their side with their narrative. But another issue, and that might be still early to conclude, but also the online recruitment it seems not be the primary process at this moment in Kenya itself. Face-to-face and in-personal connections remain essential, and as already mentioned, that became even more difficult during COVID itself. So not sure if there is a big change, but maybe the specialist in this room or online will react on this later. And I said already that the trust in the state is a very important issue during the pandemic and might have degraded in some areas, but also have been improved in other areas as well. So the mentioned considerations will not explain the trend in recruitments alone, because it's always a combination of personal aspects, individual incentive, social networks, and other enabling factors related to COVID as well. But they might fuel in the coming years, the years to come, still violent extremism. So I hope, and I sincerely hope, that this conference will contribute to finding the right preventative and countering measures to address this topic itself. And I'm happy that this is not just focusing on Kenya itself, but that this is really, the ATPS network is really a regional approach itself. Because violent extremism itself is not keeping borders. And in that case, it's very important that this is addressed in the neighboring countries as well. And Mr. Ozar said already in his opening remarks that science and technology and innovation is needed. And I fully agree with you, because this subject itself, we can't permit to make too many mistakes. So we have to do our activities and our follow-up on an research base, that we really understand where we are talking about and that we learn from the things that we are doing. And I wish everybody a lot of success discussing this issue, but especially addressing this issue in the coming years. Thank you.
Can I suggest we give honor a stronger applause, please, for the ministers. He highlighted 10 key points or issues that are very relevant. And obviously, we should have had more time with him, but he's going to be here for 2 days. So we can still learn a lot from their experience in the research that they are undertaking, together with the collaborators that they are working with. So, Ono, thank you very much for that contribution. Please take our huge gratitude to that wise advisor in your residence, your wife, who has contributed, although remotely, very far to the thinking. We are just about to conclude the first session, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the speech, or rather the official opening by the chief guest of honor, who, as I indicated earlier, was scheduled to be the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Development. The CS has very kindly sent an officer in his ministry. And this is Mr. Moffat M. Kangi, who is the principal administrative secretary of that ministry. And that ministry is in the office of the president, for those who do not know, to come and speak on his behalf. So very kindly request Mr. Moffat to come and present the keynote speech of the Cabinet Secretary. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Professor Crispus Kiamba, and thank you also to Dr. Nicholas Ozor. Good morning, and also good morning to our online audience. My name is Moreidi Kangi. I'm here on behalf of our CS Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who could not make it for this official opening of this conference and because of exigencies of duty. So I've come with this message, which I'll request that you allow me to read his message on his behalf. And as I do that, I want also to take this opportunity to thank you for recognizing the Ministry of Interior and particularly its role in the management of internal security in Kenya as a key collaborator in matters of security and sustainable peace, not only for Kenya, but in partnership with other international players in this area. Now, the subject today of preventing and countering violent extremism in the period of COVID-19 is extremely important to us in Kenya and globally. It is occupying a very central place. This is because, of course, we know that governments around the world are doing what governments are supposed to do. Governments are supposed to be protecting the populations and the citizens from the effects of COVID-19 at social and economic levels. At the same time, because of the effects, the severe effects of COVID-19, the governments are also managing the social psychology of the people. While doing that, terrorism and terrorist actors are also doing what they know best. We still don't have evidence that terrorists and terrorism has taken a step backward because of COVID-19. We still don't have that evidence. And the last speaker was very current in our situation of attacks. The mere fact, the very fact that attacks continue despite the the COVID-19 effects means that terrorism is progressing alongside the COVID-19 pandemic, and what we can look into is also to plan how to continuously upscale our strategy and plans to defeat terrorism post-COVID-19. We've also seen that the adaptation strategy of terrorism to pandemics and other vagaries of nature is much faster sometimes than that of governments and government institutions. And this is why you can see, despite the COVID-19, recruitment has not stopped. Radicalization has not stopped. Attacks are still there. And also, the ideological backbone of violent extremism still exists. Therefore, with this kind of scenario, we have no option but to put our heads together like this conference is doing today, so that we can be able to look at the different roles of the different actors in this game. We can look at about 6 actors who are very, very critical in this broad spectrum of terrorism. We have the roles of governments. Then secondly, the citizens. Then we look at the roles of the institutions, whether government institutions or social institutions. Then the role of the civil society. Look at the role of the collaborative effort of the international community. The role of technology. And then research and policy institutions in the country. By looking at the different roles played by these institutions, or these players that I've cited, we can see that it will be very important that as we move forward, we get to a realization that the role of researchers is going to be extremely important. We have to be supported by continuous knowledge of the different way our people are acting. While we say, and truly so, that the citizens of any given country have an attitude that is positive towards preventing and countering violent extremism, then we should be able to research why recruitment abounds, why radicalization abounds in the same category of citizens. And therefore, with those few remarks, I will request that you allow me to read the brief notes that have been sent by the CS, Dr. Matiang'i. Members of the diplomatic community, members of the civil society, members of the fourth estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you all for honoring the invitation by the African Technology Policy Standards Network and its partners to attend and participate in the Far Southern Voices Network for Peace Building in the East African Regional Policy Conference. The theme of this conference, Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism in the COVID-19 Era, coincides with the efforts of the government of Kenya in upscaling its efforts to prevent and counter violent extremism in Kenya. While the world's attention at the moment appropriately focuses on the health and the economic impacts of COVID-19, the threat of violent extremism remains and has in some circumstances been exacerbated during the crisis. This moment hence demands for new and renewed attention so that the gains made to date do not face setbacks. Over the last few years, violent extremism has emerged as a big threat to the peace and stability of Africa as a whole. This threat, coupled with a global pandemic, that is COVID-19, has made it even a more challenging situation, but our collective approach to this can make this task an easy one. As terrorism mutates in Africa, there is need for coordinated efforts at the level of research, policy, and practice in order to formulate workable regional interventions that put into consideration changing dynamics occasioned by a coronavirus scourge. No single country can alone win this struggle. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 is rapidly creating an enabling environment for luring and targeting and suspecting users into radicalization and violent extremism more aggressively, owing to the increased level of exposure and time spent on social media platforms in the context of lockdown measures in countries in East Africa. Research and policy direction, as well as practice. Thank you. Are we connected? Fully. Thank you. Sorry. Research and policy direction as well as practical interventions. Okay. Sorry, my saliva has gone the wrong way. Okay. It's clear now. Yeah? Oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you. It's okay now? Thank you. I apologize to our online audience for that brief technological mishap. I will proceed. Research and policy direction, as well as practical interventions, should be reoriented towards preventing and countering violent extremism and set realistic goals that are going to reduce the impacts of terrorism in the short term and counter other systemic and structural factors that are responsible for extremism in the long term. I'm happy to learn that the audience is rich and diverse in terms of the knowledge repository in matters on preventing and countering violent extremism, especially in the COVID-19 era. It is expected that terrorists will continue to use new strategies to advance extremism. Hence, there is need to involve the use of applied research through science, technology, and innovation in the prevention and countering violent extremism. This may involve the application of artificial intelligence since the terrorists also keep on mutating their tactics and approaches in their subsequent waves of attack. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you will appreciate that our terrorism has been a scourge in the East African region, with Somalia being the hardest hit. Kenya has not been a stranger to terrorist attacks, as witnessed when Kenya suffered its worst terrorist attacks in 4 years, when Al-Shabaab insurgents attacked the Dusit 2 hotel complex in Nairobi, killing innocent individuals and destroying property. The government of the Republic of Kenya launched a military action in Somalia through Operation Leader Inchi in 2011 to flush out the Al-Shabaab terrorists and hopefully reduce the impact of terrorism in Kenya. While the operation has had significant successes, the country also continues to suffer small pockets of attacks around the border towns of Garissa, Mandera, and Lamu, where they mostly target our security forces. In all the attacks, hundreds of people have been killed, many injured and property damaged, even as they abduct people, including foreigners from Kenya for ransom. I'm happy to know that the National Counterterrorism Strategy that was proposed by the National Counterterrorism Center and rolled out as a presidential directive in 2014 is currently being implemented in all the 47 counties in Kenya. The action plan singled out a number of pillars, namely ideology, education, research, online and internet, psychosocial, national ethos, and economic issues, among others. It is prudent to share the vital lessons learned with our counterparts in East Africa for coordinated responses in preventing and countering violent extremism. This will support the realization of creating stronger networks that can effectively identify threats and respond to violent extremism across the region. The resilience of any terrorist organization is not dependent on the number of trained members from the past, but in its ability to continuously recruit, mobilize, and animate both actual and would-be fighters, supporters, and sympathizers. When a collection of people come together, they share specific perspectives and a unitary identity resulting in subcultures. The growth and expansion of the internet has created these subcultures and communities that view online space as an institution that can be exploited for user gratification. There is enough evidence that the internet, more so social media, is actively being used for radicalization and recruitment into violent extremism and terrorism, and those more vulnerable are the youth, including women. Therefore, it is critical to examine ways in which social media can be used for preventing and countering violent extremism in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, where virtual communication and online engagements are the new normal. Another prism to this whole discourse is the fact that foreign aid budgets that tend to support the prevention of violent extremism initiatives are now being diverted to COVID-19. The lessons of the global financial crisis are that there may be a significant dip in the funding for overseas development for the next 18 to 24 months. Many of the traditional activities for preventing violent extremism interventions rely on interfaith dialogues, training and education, employment schemes. They involve in-person interactions and simply cannot currently take place. More so, non-governmental organizations and charities that directly support initiatives on preventing violent extremism are themselves cutting back as a result of budgetary pressure and needing to allocate some of their limited resources to protect themselves and their communities against the virus. We need to upskill our cause to the international community not to relent in their funding in this endeavor. On behalf of the Government of Kenya and the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, I do pledge my utmost support in the endeavors of all actors in this process of finding solutions and strategies in preventing and countering violent extremism in the COVID-19 era. Ladies and gentlemen, with all these sentiments in mind, it is therefore my esteemed pleasure to officially open the first Southern Voices Network for Peace Building East African Regional Policy Conference here in Nairobi, Kenya. I do wish all the participants fruitful deliberations in your discussions. Amidst the global pandemic that is COVID-19, may I implore all of you to stay free, to stay safe, and follow all the health safety protocols wherever you are. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Dr. Fred Matiang'i, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Kenya. Thank you.
We really appreciate the presentation by the Chief Administrative Secretary of the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Development. But Mr. Mureithi also used the opportunity to insert his own points, which were very educative to the subject under discussion during this conference. We ask you to thank the Cabinet Secretary and tell him we really appreciate not just the challenge that he has raised, identifying that science, technology, innovation have a special role to play. And therefore, all the actors are called upon to partner, collaborate together and with the government to search, look for solutions that can confront these challenges that are not only, they are not specific to a country, they are not even specific to a region. Issues of extremism are global processes. So we are very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for doing that. I must note the Cabinet Secretary has pledged to support research and efforts that will assist in finding solutions to those challenges. So those who are in this group from our educational institutions, universities, Rongo, and so forth, and obviously ATPS, this is a great opportunity from our government. Let us take advantage of that to assist our people in the country, in the region, globally, understanding better what is causing these things. That pledge, tell the Cabinet Secretary we really appreciate. And I will be proposing to ATPS to really run and coordinate some efforts in this regard, because that is what ATPS was set up to do, to support the African people, the African societies, to utilize science, technology, and innovation in confronting challenges of development. On a personal level, please thank the Cabinet Secretary very much. It's somebody I've had the opportunity to work very closely with at the University of Nairobi, as perhaps you know, and later also when he was in the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, he appointed an advisory committee on university education, and he requested me to chair that committee, so we worked very closely throughout. You may wish to know another member of that committee is the current Cabinet Secretary in Education, Science and Technology, Professor George Magoha. So that collaboration within the government is very useful. Those who might not know, Professor Magoha was my deputy at the University of Nairobi when I served as the Vice Chancellor. So ladies and gentlemen, this session is done. Maybe you can advise us, Nicholas, what next? I know the next session we will discuss our response to the issues raised, not only by the speech from the Cabinet Secretary, but also the speech from Ono, who has talked earlier. They have raised issues that then are very important for the discussion during this conference. And we hope you'll be able, with respect to the government, to send back some of the feelers from the discussions during this meeting. And at that point, my role as the chair of this particular session comes to an end. I thank you very much. I didn't see anybody shout at me. You seemed all to be smiling, and I appreciate that. And we look forward to the sessions that are going to come in the afternoon, continue throughout the morning, the afternoon, and tomorrow. Because I'm also caught up at the university, I have an online class this afternoon, so you will excuse me. I still continue to play my role in education. Can I invite our chief executive, our executive director, to guide us as to the next?
Thank you very much, ATPS Chair of Board, for that very wonderful, for guiding us through and chairing the opening ceremony of this event. His Excellency, the Cabinet Secretary of Interior, Ministry of Interior, Kenya, we are very grateful for honoring this invitation and for all the pledges you made. The keynote speaker from the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, we are very grateful for those insights. We thank all of you for the insights you've provided, and I'm very sure that the next session that we'll be talking about perspectives, like the chair of the session said, will even bring out more insights into what you have already presented. So mine is just to guide, a kind of guide us house rule. They said from the Secretariat that some people have logged in, even in this room, and is causing a holdback to those who are online. So if you are inside, we advise you log out so that it doesn't cause that noise. Now we are going to go for a group photo. Of course, bearing in mind the social distancing, and just to commemorate and keep on record that today we gathered physically and virtually to do this event. So we'll have the group photo outside at the staircase there, entrance into the hotel, and then come for a health break. I think is served. We are doing well with time, as a matter of fact. Then before we commence the second session for the day. Once again, I want to thank our indefatigable chair of board, who is very young at heart, but you may see the white hair. but he's very energetic and committed to the work of ATPS across Africa. He leads from the front. Without him, we will not be making the much progress we make today. Permit me also to welcome His Excellency, the Acting High Commissioner, ably representative of Nigeria, who just walked in while we were talking, represented here by Mr. Sindov. Sindov, can you wave to the audience? So I think without much ado, we will be going out for the group photo, and then we take like 10 minutes with the health break, and then come back. Thank you very much. Bon appetit.
ATPS started as a project under the IDRC, International Development Research Center of Canada, that provided resources for technology policy research, which was conducted within the Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, Western Africa in the early 80s. And thereafter, due to the success of this project by the coordinator, then Professor Sitobu, who was a senior program officer at the IDRC, who coordinated this project, there was an agreement to establish the ATPS as an entity, as a separate entity. And in his wisdom and expertise, he was able to set up this organization with formal establishment in 1994. When he now established it as an entity, joining both the Eastern African Technology Policy Studies Network and the Western Africa Network and Southern Africa also. So they all came together to become the ATPS network, African Technology Policy Studies Network.
Since then, ATPS has grown. ATPS was registered formally in 2000. In 2001, I became the executive director of ATPS that now moved out of IDRC to establish its own premises, became fully autonomous, as it were. Then in December 2003, with the help of the government of Kenya, ATPS became an international institution while I was still the executive director. In December 2003, I signed the host country agreement with then Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, who was the foreign affairs minister for Kenya. And so ATPS made a transition from simply being a network to an institution housed in IDRC to an international institution.
ATPS national chapter offices in 30 countries as we speak, and with other institutional partnership in the other parts of Africa, 55 countries, make the ATPS the unique organization in Africa because we have now access to every country through using our national chapter offices, and we're able to achieve our mandate working with stakeholders from in the quadruple helix, what we call quadruple helix, the policymakers, researchers, civil society actors, and the private sector actors. In those national chapter offices, we aimed to co-produce knowledge with the people. So it became a transdisciplinary network of policymakers, researchers, civil society actors, and the private sector actors that promote the generation, the dissemination, the use and mastery of science, technology, and innovation for Africa's development, for environmental sustainability, and global inclusion.
It's extremely important that ATPS has got very good working relationship with the government through the relevant ministries that deal with technology. Importantly, the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. In this regard, that is important. Ministry of ICTC is also very important. In fact, we have a meeting coming shortly, and both of those two ministries will be two key players. The right we are talking of, the cabinet secretaries will be participating. I would like to see, in the case of Kenya, as an example again, ATPS to collaborate with our institutions of higher learning, universities, and institutions of research. And as you know, Kenya has got quite a huge number of research institutions in agriculture, in water, in fisheries, literally in everything.
ATPS works with all these categories of partners to develop science and technology and innovations in Africa that promote the livelihoods of people, and also ensuring that there is sustainable development and inclusion. We work on these through 4 priority sectors that we have identified. That is environment and climate change, agriculture and food security, health and energy.
Our partners are at very many levels. The ones we are undertaking the project of educating the total African community on policies and strategies of science, technology, and innovation. Our partners in research institutions, education institutions, universities, and so forth, they are extremely important. Our partners in our governments, it's very important. Our government are also part of the sponsorship of ATPS. Let me give a very special appreciation to partners in the development world. You can call them donors or give them any other name. These are extremely important for the work of ATPS. It is through partnering with them, collaboration with them, we're able to achieve our aims and objectives. We are able to also, through them, reach other partners in the other countries out of Africa, in the developed world, and learn from one another. So our friends from all over the world who we have worked with, who have supported us, even in the smallest of things, we appreciate, we thank you. We want to invite you to join us in the next 25 years. Let's change Africa through technology, through science, through innovation.
ATPS national chapter offices in 30 countries as we speak, and with other institutional partnership in the other parts of Africa, 55 countries, make the ATPS the unique organization in Africa, because we have now access to every country through using our national chapter offices, and we're able to achieve our mandate working with stakeholders from in the quadruple helix, what we call quadruple helix, the policymakers, the researchers, civil society actors, and the private sector actors in those national chapter offices.
In terms of impact, we've had trainings and to enhance the capability of our members in the area of concept and principles and application of the STI methodologies, the issues of identifying problems and carrying the clients along, the issue of report writing, targeting mostly the clients and the political class. And we've had grants from ATPS as individuals and as corporate organizations in the area of STI, and these grants led to publications, and we've had publications in terms of research series and the policy briefs, and those policy briefs targeted the political class and have had tremendous impact in informing and changing the activities and behavior of our political colleagues and the civil servants in the area of STI. Other impacts we can record for ATPS here is visibility. Our members participating in ATPS and acquiring knowledge enhances the visibility of our members as they become more relevant in the institution. There also visibility in terms of the research they're doing becomes a little bit impactful in the society and the country.
The ATPS is very instrumental in the building of capacity in research in science, technology, and innovation in Africa. Innovation studies are definitely context-specific, and so for Africa, we ought to have the cream of researchers who understand African issues and can best articulate them and elaborate them in their field of work, in the analysis and in the generation of options for policy making and all that. And this is why we need to do everything to maintain the ATPS on the continent. Our policy makers will need to understand the work of the ATPS.
ATPS worked with USAID to develop a mobile app that was initially called Land Info mobile app, but now it has been upgraded to Land PKS. The Land PKS mobile app captures information in situ and therefore a farmer or a planner can get information for a particular area. That is climate information, soil information, by a click of a mobile phone. So if any person or a farmer or a planner has a smartphone, they can use the app to capture climate information that will be helpful in terms of planning for land use. They can also use this information to plan the activities, the future activities such as farming, or even determine the specific crop that they can grow in a particular area.
It is important we appreciate, recognize ATPS for what it has done so far in supporting our African governments, especially in the generation, the development of policies in the areas of science, technology, and innovation. Because it's very important our African governments have got clear and good policies for managing, adopting science and technology and innovation. And ATPS in that connection has been very important. Personally, I worked with ATPS whilst I was the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology when we were generating our nation's science, technology and innovation policy. And it has been working with many African countries and supporting them in that regard.
One of the challenges that we normally encounter is that we have to craft a different communication strategy for every target media or target audience member that we seek out to communicate to. For example, the way we will communicate to a civil society actor is completely different from the way we will communicate to a national government, which is also different in the way we will communicate to, to a science club in some place, or the way we will communicate to our other fellow, network members, or the way we communicate to some of our stakeholders, like for example the African Union Commission, Afreximbank, and the other stakeholders in the STI areas. That is science, technology, and innovation. And also one of the other challenge that we face is that some of our target audience members come from countries whereby English is not very prevalent, and some of our publications are a bit technical, and have some bit of jargon in there to bring some bit of a challenge to us. But going forward, that is a challenge that we are seeking to undertake.
I think with enlightened leadership, with institutions like ATPS, with institutions that are supported by their own governments, which is important, educational universities, our research institutions, Africa can go far. We can confront a lot of the challenges we have because it's through science, technology, and innovation. A lot of these challenges will be dealt with. I would like to see ATPS work perhaps much more proactively with even the relevant organs of Africa that are responsible for science, technology, or innovation. We are talking of, in the case of African Union, we are talking of the commission that is responsible for science and technology, and also higher education, ICT, and so forth. With respect to universities, we are seeing, for example, the Association of African Universities, because they are the ones who are doing a lot of research. We have a lot of institutions in Africa that are doing incredible research. ATPS can come in to support them, and in turn they also support ATPS in supporting our governments to ensure we have proper policies for utilization of science, technology, and innovation. If ATPS can do that, then I think we're making good progress.
I look forward to a time when ATPS will be integrated in the working of the African Union. Already the present management of ATPS is doing everything to keep the ATPS active. I look forward to the day when our political leaders will come to appreciate the fact that without science, technology, and innovation, Africa is not going anywhere. And so it is very important that we make sure that ATPS provides the intellectual backstopping for the policies that we enact for Africa in the area of science, technology, and innovation.
The future of ATPS is bright. So going forward, the IT team, the information technology team, in partnership with our communications team, are currently working on a new website. So this new website has a number of features. Number one, it has a very easy user interface that is able to bring out the best audience experience or the best visitor experience when using that website. Number two, we should also be seeking to change the colors of the website and bring in more warmer colors for the website. You realize that this website is has some bit of a blue color. That's our corporate color. So we want to infuse our corporate color and also bring in more warmer colors.
We have continued to transform and we have continued to grow from strength to strength, and to this date that see us today celebrating 25 years of formal establishment of ATPS as an entity in Kenya.
Let me take this opportunity and welcome everybody to Kenya for this very important meeting organized by ATPS. We are celebrating 25 years. It's been quite a journey, but we believe the next 25 years will even be better.
Derito. Sorry. Tulikuwa taka hizi logo zionekane. Eh?
Unaona zote?
Ile zilikuwa nakwambia uangalie utoe logos zilikuwa zinafika tu mpaka hapa. Okay.
Welcome back. Somebody is logged. Somebody didn't take my instruction. Oh, am I online? Okay. Please, like advised earlier, we are to log off from the Zoom platform so that we don't get callbacks and noise, especially for those who are participating online. You are welcome back to the second session of this policy conference on preventing and countering violent extremism in the COVID-19 era. Just like we have listened in the first session, the second session mainly we dwell on giving perspectives from the keynote speaker. Please, someone is still logged on. I don't know where that is happening. Please log off. Are you logged? Okay. From the Secretariat, you can control that, please. So we have few speakers who will give perspectives on the keynote paper delivered by Honor Koopmans, as well as the intervention and the opening speech from the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. So I would invite those who can be logged in online or physical here. We had expected to get a US policymaker to give a perspective, but due to the short notice, that was not eventually made possible. We now have the first person who will give perspective, Ambassador Martin Kimani, who is the Director, National Counterterrorism Center, Kenya. He had sent in a rep who I'm now being told had okay, they say he's running late, so we wait for him. The second person that we give perspective on the presentations earlier made is Professor Frederick Ogenga, who is the director at the Center for Media, Democracy, Peace and Security at the Rongo University. We invite you, Professor, to come and make your perspectives. Thank you. Round of applause as it completes.
Thank you once again, colleagues, for this wonderful opportunity again to give some of my reflections on the speakers who appeared in the morning earlier on, and what we can take home from their presentations. So I will start with Ono's presentation, and I have to thank him for a wonderful keynote on preventing and countering violent extremism in the COVID-19 era. So just like him, I will highlight on a few issues, important issues that he mentioned, and reflect on how those issues can be looked at going forward in terms of creating a potential path for restoration of peace and security going forward. So the first issue that emerged out of, the general issue that emerged out of Ono's presentation was issues related to recruitment, you know, potential recruitment by terrorist groups. And in Kenya, we know the most common group around is called Al-Shabaab, which has got a few variants like Al-Hijra and others, but all of them are under the umbrella of Al-Shabaab. We see the first issue emerging as issues related to marginalization. Marginalization, and especially in areas of borderlands like Garissa, and Ono, you forgot to mention places, emerging sites like Migori, cross-border areas. Those are the new avenues where recruiters are targeting others. I have to mention that we did a study with the National Counterterrorism Center on looking at youth vulnerabilities in counties in Western Kenya. We did this in collaboration with Champions of Peace and NTCT. And what we found out in the remotest of places, in Kadem, is that women are complaining that their teenagers, once they come back from high school, they develop funny names, you know, funny, quote, quote, like Muhammad, you know, and they are always online. And sometimes they tell their parents, we are taking a walk to Kisii, or we are visiting somebody in Nairobi, and they disappear for a while. So the parents have been really raising a red flag that these youths could be actually on their way to joining criminal gangs, and of course, violent extremist groups. So those are areas that people don't know about. People know of Garissa and what have you. But if you expand the scope of the lens, then you will see that those are also new emerging sites. So what can we do in relation to ensuring that peripheral areas and borderlands are the next frontiers for peace building regarding illegal proliferation of arms, you know, illegal immigration, issues to do with human and child trafficking, and of course, on top of that, issues to do with violent extremism. So that is a pertinent question that we need to ask ourselves. So we need to move the discussion from the understanding that we are concentrating all our efforts in hotspots, the known hotspots. And this is where the value of research comes in. It can help us unmask what will be happening in non-traditional hotspot sites. So questions that Ono raised are two, which one is whether or not COVID has now created a new hotspot, a new frontier for recruitment, and therefore is a cause for worry. My suspicion is that COVID could have just done that. The extent is what we don't know. So my challenge is that we need to find out and establish the extent at which this could be true so that we can see how to handle that. And of course, Ono also talked about education, you know, education being a key factor in recruitment in violent extremism. And I would want to mention something here, which I think I'll mention it later on, but I'm talking about traditional education, people in school receiving basic education. Now you see that COVID-19 has disrupted the school calendar, and that, of course, has some implications with students on the ground. I was remarking outside over tea that there's a current study that we are doing which is mapping national crime research in 47 counties. And you know, terrorism is an aspect of crime. And what we are noticing, even aside from amplifying terrorism, is the idea that students who are actually not attending school are vulnerable to so many issues, whether or not they are girls. I mean, if they are girls and boys, they have got different vulnerabilities. We have issues of child pregnancy among the girl child, gender-based violence. We have issues of youth committing petty crimes like muggings and what have you. And you can imagine if this is now the environment where COVID-19 has reduced the Kenyan youth to, what if they get exposed to that extremist content of something that I'll talk about later when they interact with it using technology? Because the youth, of course, you know, spend most of their time on social media. Then Ono also raised the issue of religious literacy. And this is very interesting. I mean, we've read a lot of literature talking about misinterpreting religion. We say Islam is a religion of peace. But you see, people might misinterpret Islam and mislead others because of their low level of literacy in interpreting the Quran, for instance. And this is where we're calling upon the civil society and the clergy to come around with media, religious literacy programs that they can. I'm not sure whether this is possible in madrasas, because madrasas also have their own ecological context. But I believe that there should be some mainstreaming of basic misinterpreted versions of religion as far as Islam is concerned, and so on and so forth. And these are issues that border on ideology. Ideological issues are very difficult to deal with. Ideology is one of the pillars of the National Counterterrorism Action Plan. We call it Rapid County Action Plan for Countering Violent Extremism. Among so many pillars, about 6 or 9 or so, ideology is one very strong pillar that I think has brought mixed reaction in the counter-terrorism and PCVE enterprise. It has, judging from the fact that how do you deal with ideological issues? You know, these are issues that are not easy to deal with, and therefore it becomes a very strong pillar. But the people who can deal with ideological issues related to views on religion, misinterpretation of religion and the Quran, are of course people that are from the clergy. So ideological issues, as far as we are trying to implement it at the county action plan level, in the county action forums, is that we really invite members of the faith community, interfaith dialogue groups. And we invite them there and we tell them that, look, this is a scenario. And of course we are using an action plan that has been formed through research. We are not saying that that action plan is perfect, but I think that action plan can only be perfected when actors are meeting on the grounds and sharing their challenges and experiences from where they come from. So we are beginning to see some bit of consensus in how we want to move now from the action plan on paper to the actual action plan on the ground that involves vulnerable groups, that involve community members, that involve institutions and so on and so forth, business community, political interest groups and factions, including members who are influential and opinion leaders that come from the media enterprise, like bloggers and so on and so forth. So these are the constituents that are actually needed to make sure that issues of ideology do not take the wrong turn. And then that takes me to another form of education, which is on social media literacy. Social media literacy is a critical aspect of preventing and countering violent extremism. So when Ono, in his remarks, mentioned education, then we need media literacy programs, and not just media literacy programs in general. In this case, I insist that it's social media literacy. And why social media literacy? We have been doing a study in Western Kenya again that involved, it's called Maskani. Maskani means home, digital peace building amongst university students in Western Kenya. It's a project that involves about 6 public universities, and we built an infrastructure, a peace building infrastructure online. And when I say online, we didn't go to things that are unfamiliar with you. We went to very familiar platforms because we went to the youth. It was sort of like a design workshop that we organized with them. So it is a research that is based out of a participatory approach rather than a prescriptive approach, where you say that this is the method, this is the questions, these are the objectives, and this is the way we recommend to tackle those things. We went there assuming that we are also equally unaware of what is happening, and gathered some youths and managed to get some of the challenges that are really affecting them on the ground. And these youths really are the ones who mentioned to us the social media platforms that they would want to have some literacy programs on. And of course, they mentioned your usual Facebooks, WhatsApp. Mostly it was just Facebook and WhatsApp. Instagram slightly. But in this network, in this peace building infrastructure, you would see how actively youths are engaged with some of these peace and security challenges. So you can imagine if that is the kind of platform that you want to employ when you want to do your counter narratives, or you want to do what is called early warning, early response through those things, because this is a live network that feeds in and out information all the time. And most importantly, it is user-generated content. User-generated meaning that you are both an author and a recipient of the information at instantaneous time. So if it's something to do with radicalization, then, oh no, there you go. That's where you get people being radicalized at magical speed. And therefore, I would want you also to reflect on social media literacy programs. Ono also talked about the need for employment for the youth, of course, and this is something that can just empower the youth to reduce the economic shocks of COVID-19. An empowered youth is an engaged youth who most probably would not have time to engage in extremist ideas. So I think that is a very straightforward reflection from Ono, which does not need to be belabored. I think government has to do something about youth programs. This doesn't have to be programs that are just giving money directly to the youth or cash transfer programs. This could be just even recreational programs, like maybe a football, a wonderful stadium in Umoja, even a swimming pool. I mean, once you are there and you play football or basketball or you swim, you get back home, you are hungry and tired, you seem to spend less time on thinking about evil thoughts. So there are creative ways of doing that. Then Ono last but not least, talked about trust institutions. This is very, very fundamental. And I think we don't want to say just trust institutions as far as COVID is concerned, but as far as also other aspects of peace and security aspects of the country are concerned. I would give you an example. Look at the way in which, for instance, citizens are responding to government measures on COVID-19 prevention, which includes things such as mask wearing, social distancing, and of course, beyond that, those issues to do with curfew. You could see a level of suspicion. And that is why it took a while for citizens to actually acknowledge and accept that there is indeed coronavirus in the country. They just thought it was another government scheme. And this, coupled with scandals that are emanating from KEMSA and all that, really spoils the party. So we really need to work hard, and I think this is where you also call upon the communication infrastructure to work hard in redeeming the image of public institutions, such as the police, such as the judiciary, and so on and so forth. So if people lose trust in the institutions that are supposed to serve them, how are they going to trust that institution to give them a soft landing when it comes to pressures that face the youth in this century? So they'll easily be lured and recruited into extremist groups, perhaps not even satanic groups, you know, if you may. So the idea of, the best idea is to come up with measures collectively that would be in a way able to reduce the chances of the general population on the ground, which mostly is not radicalized. You know, if you take the general population and ask yourself whether to what percentage is this population radicalized, then you will find that it's maybe less than 40%. But then, at some point, this population will begin moving towards the apex of that radicalization pyramid. And as they move forward, there are things that propel them. Economic pressures, COVID-19, content on the media, peer pressure, and all those things. So from what Ono presented, I would challenge that even as much as we want to address and counter violent extremism using hard approaches, security measures, and so on, we might want to think very deeply about the role of research and policy institutions. So that because once we do research, then we'll be able to see where to press the buttons. And we'll be in a position to come up with a strategy that will strive to prevent than to wait to counter, you know, and fight extremism. So we prevent using those kinds of measures. And then we also find ourselves saving money on having to deploy a whole KDF in Somalia. I remember the late Ojode, as I conclude, once KDF was deployed in Somalia, made an interesting remark saying that Kenya is looking for Al-Shabaab's tail in Mogadishu, yet the head is in Isili. And I don't mean to say that Isili is where you find terrorists. I mean that we need to have interventions that are informed through research so that we can know the right buttons to press, the right resources to use, the right partners to collaborate with to make it a winning strategy. I thank you.
If I can learn from my chair, can we give him a better round of applause for that intervention? Good. Prevention, they say, is better than cure. So that's what I take home from here. And if you want to really prevent so that you don't start sending combatants A, land, and sea, you better deploy research and policy so that they can nip it on the bud. At this point, I want to invite the next person speaker, Eli Opondo, who is the Program Director, Champions of Peace, to make his intervention. I believe he will be making his intervention online or virtually. So kindly connect to him so that we can hear his own intervention. Thank you.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Proceed. Proceed, please. Kindly.
Yes. Okay, thank you. My name is Eli Opondo. I'm the Program Director for Champions of Peace, based in Western Kenya region, working with communities, government, both national, county, and grassroots institutions to prevent conflict, bring synergy in peace building and countering violent extremism. Within this conference, I want to limit my presentation on the confine of this conference. Based on two speakers, the earlier speakers in the morning, number one, Mr. Ono, and the representative from the Matiang'i, they made good points, but I want to merge them into two. Ono talked about the speed of recruitment. And we must really underline this speed of recruitment. And therefore, if you want to design preventive programs, you also need to design within the spectrum of speed. In many cases. Let me give you a practical example in the context of Kenya. After the DCIT attack, that was the time. Majority of the policymakers, government and non-government, realized that there is a different shift into recruitment patterns in Kenya. After the DCIT attack, we realized even the guys who are deeply involved were coming from non-traditional hotspots, as properly put by Professor Genga. That in the earlier period, people used to think that recruitment is deeply rooted in the traditional hotspot of Northeastern and Nairobi. But after the DCIT attack, it was evident recruitment is taking place more rapidly in the non-traditional hotspots. A case in point is Gichunge, coming from Nyeri, little known county as per the recruitment radar. We talk about Buire from Busia County. We talked about a student from Masindemuliro in Kakamega County, and based in Kisii County. When you look at these new dynamics and the speed at which recruitment is happening, and that calls for another action and research to deepen understanding on the new recruitment speed. And I concur with Ono. Recruitment speed is taking place at alarming rate. Number two, the trust deficit. And I want to connect it with speed. If there is no trust with the security apparatus or security instruments and the populace, hence. And you connect it with the speed of recruitment. The information flow within the security architect and the community is so widen. Because there is no trust. The indicators are there. They don't trust the system. They cannot relay that information to help the security apparatus to dig deep and prevent. And therefore, the trust deficit must be breached. Security legitimacy must be enhanced. So that Mama Mboga in Migori, as Professor Genga said, Adiambo in Kisumu County, and Koske in Washingishu is able to trust the system. And if it comes with somebody who is a potential recruitee, is able to form the prevention mechanism of countering violent extremism yield results. Number two, Ono talked about COVID. The response of government during COVID, which sometimes has created perception. And I want to be very diplomatic using this word perception. when the government overreacts, it creates a lot of harm to the citizens. A different perception is created from the citizens. How the government responds with their communication is very, very paramount in building the confidence of the users of the information from government. And I want to echo what Matiang'i said in his opening speech. That the COVID has created what I call divided attention. A lot of both government and international global community resources are now being forwarded to COVID response, both at the national level, local level, and the international level. And therefore, little attention is being given to countering violent extremism. As much as the COVID has also created a lot of impact to the engines of recruiting agents like Al-Shabaab and ISIS. This is also a very good opportunity for them. As much as Ono highlighted in his presentation, that there's little evidence especially in Kenya, to use this platform, deepen understanding, through further research on the role of internet during COVID. Because doing most of the assignments online. So most of our young people are now exposed to online gadgets and with internet. We need to do further research to deepen on the magnitude of the internet. Although before the COVID, the online recruitment was a little bit low in Kenya. But then again, we also need to look at the departure from the COVID, where number one, the usage and the access of mobile phones, internet, computers by young people have increased since March up to now. So we need to deepen that understanding to give us a very empirical view on how we can design programs to counter violent extremism. Lastly, I want to talk about youth vulnerability vis-a-vis programs being designed by government. First, I want to support the government of Kenya by bringing what you call Kazim Tani program. Although it's a social safety net, which is very relevant in terms of responding to reducing youth vulnerability during the COVID period. My fundamental question now goes to the government. Will it be sustained? Because the COVID impact economically will be realized even up to next year. Will that Kazim Tani program be sustained beyond the COVID period? Number two, both state and unstate actors. What are rapid, sustainable youth safety nets that you can come up with to prevent and reduce vulnerability of our young people. And Professor Genga, thanks for that simple case in point, like a swimming pool. Whereby, let me give you a case in my using my own experience. After working my office several times, I dash into the gym. That will 2 to 3 hours. When I go back to my house, I'm terribly tired. But when you look at all these emerging counties, there are no social amenities. And if they're there, they're very dilapidated. They cannot be accessed by our young people. And therefore the government, not only in Kenya, but in the East country, we need to design infrastructure that are youth friendly. Don't just design infrastructure. Can we design infrastructure that are youth friendly to entice them to come and work As I conclude, there is this notion, and both government and international community is still duped into that. That traditional hotspot counties is where a lot of resources is being taken. So my fundamental questions I'm asking: do the enormous resources going in the coast region, Nairobi and Northeastern, bear the minimum results? I'm not giving a question, but that's a food for thought that we need to deepen research. A lot of resources is going there. But there is a new paradigm in recruitment. As Ogenga said, there's a new era. Recruitment is now taking place within the non-traditional hotspots. Where number one, lack of awareness is there. Number two, lack of institution. And organization working on the PCV work is there. A lot, 90% of organizations and Kenya resources, both local international, are taken to these traditional hotspots. Number two question that we need to ask ourselves: are we countering violent extremism? And if we do counter, is it a city or a CV? That's number one. Number two, if you are preventing, do we need to go into already known or we need to concentrate on non-traditional hotspots, where majority of recruitment recruitment is taking place at high speed, which means in the non-traditional hotspots, recruitment can take place and will be realized later. So as I conclude, number one, we need to deepen understanding. We need further research. To deepen on the recruitment online in because Kenya. In the past, the rate has been very low before the COVID. But the access to internet has increased. The access to mobile phones, laptops and tablets has increased. But how are we sure that our young people are on the right platform? So we need to deepen that research. Number two is the trust deficit. How do we narrow the trust between our security apparatus and the citizens? How do we use Nyumba Kumi, the community policing at the county level, sub-county level, and the village level to be able to seamlessly integrate with community systems. And lastly, as the national strategy for NCTC PCV is to rally everybody. Let's all of us take responsibility and be able to work together. Number one, in implementing the country action. That was a robust foundation upon which prevention and countering violent extremism was embedded. But implementation was tagged is a call for debate. We need to look at the implementation of the national country action plan to be able to provide a sustainable end route to prevention of violence and countering violent extremism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elio Pondo, for that very wonderful intervention. We do appreciate you. We have heard about trust. There is need for trust, of course, to bridge the trust deficits. There's need for responsibility of all actors. We need to know our roles and ensure that through the division of labor, we perform our roles, build the trust that will enable us implement our activities based on the mandate we have. So at this point, I want to invite Professor Walter Oyawa, who is the Director General, National Commission for Science and Technology, NACOSTI. He will be making his intervention virtually. I think he's ready also.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ozol, and thank you for this invitation, especially for the topic which is coming right at the right time. Yeah, tomorrow I've been requested to present on technology, whether it is beneficial or harmful. I'll just take a glimpse of that presentation tomorrow, maybe 1 or 2 slides, which is directly aligned to what the key presenters, what the chief guest talked about, what Mr. Ono talked about, and this is focusing on the youth. From my side, there's no doubt that COVID-19 has impacted significantly on the youth, and I'm seeing it from a number of perspectives. One of them is like when we're talking of these lockdowns, then you are talking of caged publics, that the entire world population has been, is almost on a lockdown. We talk about the youth, and when we talk about the youth, who are the main ground for this, the statistics indicate that about 1 billion students are held captive, and they also connected digitally. So out of the frustrations, you are likely to have a very powerful breeding ground. It's already there anyway. It's already there anyway. It's quite widespread because of the lockdown. You are seeing what is happening. You are seeing what is happening. What's happening in the UK? What's happening in the UK? The US? People rioting because of the other element also, which I think is coming out, maybe not yet in Africa, but might actually happen. The scenario that we saw, that is being read about in South America, where a number of criminal gangs, like drug trafficking, have taken advantage the lockdowns or the COVID-19 protocols to expand their territory, recruit. Because they have taken control. Because they have taken control. Areas where the government really have a strong eye there. So we are talking of public, there's a caged public, criminal gangs taking over certain areas. We are mostly the people in their kind of business. We have also seen a scenario where now governments are using the COVID-19 situation very strict on the COVID scenario. They're also strict on political issues. Also are enjoined in some of their activities. We have seen some state actors reported to have used COVID-19 consolidate power. Maybe there's temptation to purge the opponents, and that only moves African countries that have made a step in democracy. They are moving a number of them backwards, totalitarian kind of governments, and that is actually a very strong kind of generation who like to express their freedom, who want to fight for their independence. So that kind of disenfranchisement is likely to create a state where the youth will be simply begotten by this. Then there's a loss of income, which is the major one we're talking about. Loss of income, loss of dignity. And already as mentioned even by the presenter just before me, now of a major issue of young girls becoming pregnant. Nobody as of now, and that's why I'm saying research needs to respond to some of these things. What we're seeing are general tendencies, but we need clear documentation. How many of these girls have become? What is the plan? What is the plan? What happens after is their life destroyed? Is their life destroyed? They did not become the way they are alone. There's some youngsters who become fathers at a very early. So there needs to be a clear research, especially the youth. If there's anything that can come out of this gathering, is how to have a very strategic direction on seeing what are the challenges the youth are facing, what are like 5 years. We need to see the next 5 years. Whether COVID continues, then of course the digital interaction, which has been enhanced in COVID scenario. As the rest of the world, even now we are anticipating virtually. As the rest of the world use of this virtual kind of meetings, also those elements, extremists are also using the same. It cuts across. What we do about can there be some counter information, counter news, or keeping this youth and then also something which is there. I think that is my almost like my sixth one. Conspiracy theories that are coming out of COVID-19 and the temptations where it is being said that the advent of COVID-19 has shown the spotlight on biological weapons. There are those theories that might not come from the lab, but there's record in one of the African countries, Tunisia or one of them, where there were two men who actually reported planning to to infect security forces with COVID-19. I am currently on a leave of absence from Jomo Kenyatta University, and I used to head the College of Engineering and Technology. That is one college where these students were very, very bright, very innovative. For Dr. Zo and those who are Kenyans must have heard one time the engineering students, they actually cut a tunnel in one of the small towns in Kenya and dug into a bank and stole some money. They dug, they're very innovative, and that's not the only one. So now the wiring which we need as the students report back to school is that what can they do? There are some who might be doing it just for whether this virus can package it and spread it. So for one, something which was very guarded topic of biological weapons warfare, and as at NACOST we actually the National Biological Weapons Convention, So suddenly you might have people not going for things like guns. They just say, just leave it on the table, and it gets. So it has brought up. So what are the likely interventions? I was just saying there needs to be a greater focus on the youth. And one of the areas that I would really encourage, we are doing jointly with UNESCO, is enhanced, especially for us in science, in the STEM education, which needs to come from different fronts, not just the normal thing of hyping it, but it needs to be now strategic. I think this is probably the best time for our engineered and re-energized STEM education through global coalition, STEM, which is practical, which ends up touching on some of the modern technologies The other one is at least Kenya are doing very well in technology and innovation hubs. It is time that this is enhanced again to keep them busy on things that are interesting. I'm speaking from the perspective of technology. That technology can be used rather than preach to them and then leave them there. Keep them busy with something that equally if you bring the youth like in these incubation hubs, they do very well. The youth have also done very well in entertainment industry. This is a time to convert their talent, the energy that they possess, into something that is productive. The Nigerian film industry is doing very well. And we duplicate it in a number of countries so that they are busy. They do something they enjoy, they get money out of it, and it will be difficult, like it will be difficult celebrities, which all of them want. Surely the chances of these extremists getting them will be minimized. Then the last one, which are more proposing, and it used to be in Kenya before some of us joined the university, we went to a mandatory national youth service. I think it's now still in Ghana. I am really pleading, and minister, key minister Dr. Matiang'i was here. I would really propose what I would call now the post-university internship and national service. To keep them busy, to keep them focused. In that program, they'll be focus on national values. I went to that pre-university training, and what was inculcated in us was service to God and service to God and service the focus, which is no longer there. Now is no longer all of us. We are on our own. So if somebody knocks on their doors and says, "I want to take QABC," they will take it off. So this is the time to find a way of introducing that post-university internship and national service, which will bring in the issues of giving them a chance for is it emotional, dealing with the emotional issue, giving them technical aspects. Now our graduates of youth service are being used to do some building of the railway lines. Let's keep this busy. Someone will ask where you get the money. Most we have, but in Kenya we have about 500 parastatals, and each one of them desire to do some 10-20 interns. Why don't we get money collected in a pool, 500 parastatals, so that any post-university, whoever has just graduated, the first thing they learn, already they are doing it for internship. Why can it be added to be maybe 1 year, 1.5 years or so of that youth, which also has some component of military discipline, training for the first 3 months. Then they have just national cohesion and they know what the country is all about, to inculcate something that will be, it will be something to focus on, just like the religion captivates. Let's get something that captivates this youth. So Chair and organizer, Dr. Zor, this is a very exciting forum. Allow me to stop there, and some of these things we can, I will also bring them forth in my tomorrow's presentation. Thank you, Dr. Zor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Oyawa, for that very exciting intervention. As a traditional chief in my country and my kingdom in Nigeria, we always like to talk with proverbs. And there is a proverb in my place that says that an idle man, some say idle mind, but an idle man is a devil's workshop. That is what I can draw from what Oyawa is saying on the need to keep the youth busy, because once the mind is idle, it begins to think of things that are normal and things that are not normal. And the issue of post-university service, of course, that is what is obtainable in some countries like Nigeria. Our National Youth Service Scheme is based on those who have graduated from the universities to serve their country for 1 year before even they can get a job to do. If you have a certificate, you cannot get a government employment in the country. So on that note, before I throw it open, I don't know whether Ambassador Martin Kimani or his representative has come, or whether Gerald Wandera from the National Crime Research Center is around. Otherwise, before I throw it open, the Nigerian High Commission, here represented by Mr. Sindof Ndoni, would want to also, we invite him to make a very quick intervention based on the discussions that have been ongoing before we throw it open to any other person here or from the audience online to, we know we have some questions already from the chats. We can tell the Secretariat to bring out some key ones and speak out for our keynote speaker to respond to them before he will be leaving around 1 p.m. So, Mr. Ndoni.
Thank you very much. I want to, before I say anything, express my sincere apologies for coming late. And you can't hear me? Forgive us for being a little extra up. Thank you very much. Like I was saying, my sincere apologies for our coming late. You know, as government officials, you have the responsibilities coming every now and then. So please accept my apologies. Having said that, and having listened to all that has been said by both the minister's representative and the keynote speaker, I think a lot has been discussed. And I sincerely want to say that these are issues that have been talked about over and over again. So we are not actually reinventing the wheel. They are consistent issues. But I just want to touch on one or two things. Those of us from Nigeria, most times when we come out to say things, we like to be practical. And being practical, I want to say that when people talk about traditional recruitment areas and non-traditional recruitment areas, there is nothing like traditional and non-traditional. You think that in Nairobi they cannot recruit? You think that it's only in Garissa? We have to take everything as possible. We look at everything as possible. Community engagement, you see, these are necessities as far as issues bordering on extremism. We have to constantly engage the communities because they are at the peak of this headache. Like the prof was saying, parents find their children, their wards, coming back from school and somewhere. Fortunately for some of us, or for some governments, these parents don't keep quiet. But in some other circles, these parents keep quiet. For those parents who are not keeping quiet, in fact, we should even encourage them more to say that, please come out. Tell us when you notice something. If you notice a particular attitude in your child and you don't discuss it, at the end of the day, you live to regret. Then we'll talk about youth vulnerability. Between me and you, I want to say that those are given. Because the internet, the social media, is such that whatever you look for in this world as of today, you will get it. Whatever you look for. If you are looking, I mean, I was taken aback when in my last posting in Geneva, a friend of mine gave me a shock that he wanted to find out how people do certain things, including smoking, and he typed on Google how to smoke, and everything came out. It is just a matter of going online. The one good thing about the world, about technology today, is that everybody is informed. But the bad side of it is that you can get anything there. So when we talk about youth vulnerability, the social media, everything is there. So those are things, they are necessities for government to always look at. In fact, certain governments now establish departments and appoint people to head those such departments like social media engagement department. That is to try to expand this conversation to the people. Between me and you, most people don't go on the traditional TV stations. They go to get their news from the social media. Governments have to use those avenues to also put in little things, to also put the... Then there is the issue of government involvement in religious activities. You see, it is, yes, freedom of religion, but you see, certain governments have to go the extent of putting directives as to bring your sermon, we have to endorse your sermon. It happens in some countries. Governments endorse the sermons of certain religious organizations before they go for presentations. Then, when we talk about the COVID-19 as an avenue for recruitment, my sister, my brothers, there's no running away, there's no going back. The impact of this virus, economical, political, security, in whatever positive ways, in whatever negative ways, are there. We can't run away. These are avenues. Like one of the speakers said, over 90% of the time, some youths are on the internet. What do you think they will? They will just be looking at their pictures or what? There is a lot of engagement. And at every point in time, people are chipping in ideas. You know, these little adverts that come on, adverts pop up, these different things, the same way they put in some very flamboyant, exciting things, and the person will start to follow. He wouldn't know that he's going into a deeper engagement. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just think that we should take some of these things critically as not with being potentials, but they are real threats to the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Indoni from the Nigerian High Commission. We do appreciate you. Now, we want to allow those present to now maybe ask questions, make observations. Eugenia, Evelyn, sorry, who was directed to be here from New York, and a lot of us here who are also actively going to participate tomorrow. We would want, if you have any question, we'll give you the first priority to do that, after which we will allow the Secretariat to read out some of the key questions coming out from the audience, so that our keynote speaker can respond to them before he will go. I don't know who will take the first shot. We want to hear a lady, and you need to come over here so that you can be captured very well, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mine was, I think it's an observation I've made. And I think having done, or rather having carried out some research in some parts of Kenya on countering terrorism, I really want to concur with one, Ono. I think he's Mr. Ono. Ono mentioned something, and these are areas, Ono and I think also Frederick and Oyawa. Is it Oyawa? Yeah. They have mentioned areas that are so much key to me. And I realized that one of the things that maybe we could be holding back, or we, as a government, we've been holding back. You realize that there are these areas whereby we have institutions. Those are very key areas, institutions. Out of these institutions, you realize that these guys have all the access to some of these gadgets. I remember the Garissa incident. Garissa incident is an incident that it's an interesting incident. The guy who did that, who carried out that, is somebody who was very, very brilliant, a whole lawyer like me. I'm a lawyer by profession, by God's grace. And it so happened that this guy, we were working in almost a similar institution. You could find this guy could come and draw down things, and people didn't know why he was drawing this. Yet he had already done his research on Garissa University. He knew Garissa inside out. And it is out of this that it was very easy for them to nap down everybody within the institution. And it's like we almost lost everybody in the institution. But it so happened that some escaped because of, I think, the religion background. They were very lucky not to be nabbed up. But you find that when we keep the youth, we are not taking care of them, taking note of what they are doing, they'll take advantage of us as their caregivers or something of that nature. It so happened, Mr. Frederick talked to, Professor, I know of, I'm sorry, sir. You people, you like being referred to by the, the titles you have. I'm sorry for that. Professor Frederick talked of the Western Bloc of Kenya. At some point when I was doing a research, I had been to a station, and it so happened that this station, after the people who were there came to know that we were actually researching on radicalization, That is in Mumias. What happened? The same night we had left, the same night, it was attacked. And it's like, I think they lost five those big guns. They lost them, and people were shot. And it's like we were being tracked. We had actually to spend in Kisumu instead of going back to our station in Kakamega. So what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say here is this. We are not going to sit back and assume that our youth are normal. There's nothing normal there. Nothing is normal. Technology has come up, and it was out of this technology that these people communicated and gave ideas to one another that these people who are coming, making inquiries from you, they are here investigating on you, and they're the same people who are going to give a report about you, and the next time you're going to be nabbed. And around the same time, the way we are talking of, it's not just supposed to be Nairobi, it's not in Garissa. Mumias is completely out of Nairobi, close to 600 kilometers from here. And you find that there are guys who have noted that there is a fertile ground for radicalization. So these guys decide to go, give these young people some little monies, and it's like the guys say, away with school issues. If I can make 12,000, if I can make 30,000 in a day, what is so hard? Just a life. Let me make this money and move on. So you find when we don't also embrace the people who are around these young people, it becomes so hard. It is so difficult. It is next to impossible for us to work against radicalization. Instead, it's like we are really generating and we are really giving them a ground to forge on with their energies. If we can have an opportunity to make these people make sure that their energies are wasted by lying down after they have gone to the gym, after they have done something which is very productive, you realize that it is very, very easy for us not to have the idle mind. I thank God. The item you said about an idle mind is a devil's workshop, I think it's an African idiom. It's not Nigerian alone. It so happens here. You find that when somebody is so idle, they can begin thinking of doing so many things. I want to believe, in terms of COVID-19, the Chinese government or the people who are in China who actually came up with the issue of COVID-19, that was a litmus test they are making. There's yet to come. These young people are going out in for biological weapons, warfare. And if you're not careful for us to invest in the bioweapons, it's going to be hard. I was just reading something whereby in Syria, they have actually come up, the young guys who are fighting, or the young guys who are perpetrating terrorism activities, they have actually vowed to make sure that they come up with bioweapons. And their first test was they used anthrax. This is a disease we know that it's a disease that kills animals at the shortest time possible. Here we are, we have been incapacitated. Globally, we are incapacitated in each and every area. We've been incapacitated because of coronavirus. What are we doing as a government? Let me ask. I don't work for the government, but I'm asking this. Has it ever gotten into our minds to begin thinking of being innovative, equipping our laboratories as we do more research? Because it's in these laboratories that the young people who are in learning institutions will decide and decide to make 1 or 2, 3 things, put it wherever it is, to see the Next step, what happens? You begin feeling, or you begin seeing people dying. What are we doing as a government? It's a high time as a government we have to make sure that we spend in whatever resources we have. Can we put it? Can we encourage these people who are actually vulnerable to being recruited? Can we have these people come up to begin investing, to begin using the funds, the resources that we are having, in that we teach them, we actually extract the energies that they are having. It's all about energies being wasted. And with that, I think it's good for this topic to have come up at such a time as this. And I think nothing better could have come up rather than now and rather than this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, for that very powerful intervention you have there. Felix, if you can read out some of the questions, take 3 minutes so that Ono can take notes, and even Frederick, anyone. Read them, please.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. What I have general comments, not particular questions, but I go ahead. We have Diana Warira who's saying great thoughts, very true about investigating extremism and investing in addressing radicalization in non-traditional hotspots. This will also help address stereotypes that see predominantly Muslim communities as hotspots. And this stereotyping is often more or less counterproductive to government efforts. We have Dr. Agie Shaka Mugabe who is saying, I also think that reducing youth vulnerabilities, increasing employment opportunities, divisive and more inclusive development programs are crucial in responding to the issue of speedy recruitment of young people into terrorist groups and prevention of violent extremism in the region. Poverty seems to be one of the strongest enemies of peace. And then we have an individual in the name of Moses Osiro who is saying, I agree with the observations about the nexus between development and security in efforts to prevent violent extremism. Perhaps more reflection should focus on what kind of development is warranted, since not all development is peaceful. How youth-friendly are the development interventions, he asks. Whose development is prioritized? Another question. What of the violence of development itself? Another question. And then you have the last comment from Moses Osiro, who is also saying, interesting observations about biosecurity. The biosecurity concerns shift attention from the uneducated and poor youth to those whose education can be weaponized for extremist ends.
Interesting. I think at this point we will invite our keynote speaker, Ono, to respond to some of the key issues that have been raised, some of the comments, some of the observations, and give us his final thoughts and parting shot as we conclude this session. Thank you very much. Ono. I don't know, I should have called you Professor Ono, because what you, what you give here is really good.
That's certainly too much honor. Thank you. Yes, thank you everybody for your comments, but also the different speeches I heard, and building on the input I gave out earlier today, and also looking for some of the answers to the questions I raised. First, I would like quickly to react to Mr. Mofa from the Ministry of Interior, because he said that the attacks continue in the context of Kenya, and terrorism is still progressing alongside the pandemic. And then I realized that I made my intervention, of course, on the basis of the assumption we had in the beginning, expecting that violent extremism might grow very fast during the pandemic itself. And that's not what we see. But from the perspective of the Ministry of Interior, of course, he is totally right to mention that it's also not stopping. So there is still a big task for everybody, and so certainly for the government in Kenya itself. Frederick, I appreciated also your intervention. And I
like the term you used, the social media literacy. So that was for me a new term, to put it like that, but that was interesting to hear. And it's really an important issue itself, and it's good to look more into details what this means, also towards the future. I saw as well the intervention of Mr. Evelien just made. You mentioned the Garissa incident. You call it an incident. I think it was a terrible attack. And in that case, you indicated as well that also highly educated people might do this kind of things. Garissa was extremely important in the context of Kenya, I think. Even more important than what happened in Westgate. Westgate was maybe a wake-up call that Al-Shabaab is active in the country itself. But in Garissa, it was the first time also that the government of Kenya realized that it's also a homegrown problem. It's not something foreign, but it is something that is happening here in Kenya, but also that the recruitment itself is happening in Kenya. And that's also the moment when they started to work on the national strategy, that they really are looking for the collaboration with civil society, because they understand as well that civil society partners are often in a much better position to bring certain messages towards the community than the government itself can do, because of the trust in the government itself. And that issue we discussed already earlier. So Garissa has been key. And in that case, I really would like to say again that Kenya really made big steps compared to what happened in 2015 till now. It was not only that they came up with a national strategy. That's simple to do, of course. You put some words on paper. But they worked it out on county level as well, with their county action plans. And first they did it on the level, just especially in the counties where you had the hotspots. We mentioned that before. But after the Dusit attack, it was decided as well that it should be done in all counties, because in all counties there might be vulnerabilities. And then I come back to what you said, Evelien, about the fertile ground for radicalization. And it's only you need the wrong person at the right place for him to recruit. So even when, with the action plan of the county action plans that were worked out, that some counties said, it's not an issue here. When you look into the details, you always see specific groups that might be vulnerable for recruitment itself. If you get the wrong person there, the right recruiter from the perspective of Al-Shabaab, then you easily can recruit people. My colleague from the British High Commission, come on, the Nigerian High Commission. Nigeria suffers a lot, like Kenya does, like Somalia does, from the extremists and their behavior. But also Nigeria made big steps in the recent past, and Kenya as well. So for your network, the ATPS network, I really think you can tap on these experiences. But it doesn't, so I think this network might be interesting for that thing. But in that case, it's also very important that these messages are shared with other partners. What I see in some of the neighboring countries, for example, what is happening now in northern Mozambique with Cabo Delgado and ISCAP, the Islamic State Central Africa province, is really growing there and is doing really terrible things at this moment. This was already seen when it started, maybe in 2017. So the early warning systems saw that something was happening, but at that time they said, it's not sure, are they just rebels or whatever? And then after a while you see it growing. And now they call themselves ISCAP itself. Now you see the international attention coming for it. But we lost almost 4 years while the early warning system indicated that there was a problem, but before real action is taken, and we even have to see what real action means, we lost 4 years. And we mentioned already earlier that the prevention side is maybe the most important side, because then you can prevent a lot of terrible things that is happening afterwards. But then again, for Mozambique, but also other countries in the neighborhood, it's very important to look into this issue and to learn from the experience from Nigeria and Kenya as well, how to deal with those issues. And hitting hard is not the only solution. It's very important to look to the drivers of violent extremism and to address those issues. And especially now with COVID-19, it's extremely important to follow those drivers and to see what you can do. So in that case, that makes also what was just mentioned as well, the importance of the nexus between development and violent extremism itself. So that was just a quick reaction from my side, but I see that our chair is still standing outside. Mr. Ozar? I'm just concluding my remarks, and as you indicated, I have to leave, but it doesn't mean that I'm not interested to follow the rest of the conference. And because you're online as well, even in my car, I will listen to you. So, and to the next session. And I will try to participate tomorrow partly online as well. So, but thank you so much for giving me this platform. I really enjoyed being here with the smart minds here in this room and online. And I look forward for future collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ono Koopmans, for that final intervention and notes or summary of your keynote paper, and deriving from the observations and interventions and perspectives from the other speakers and from the participants. We really appreciate you, and I'm happy that you still continue to join online, and we'll be able to join tomorrow as well. So thank you very much, and God bless. Thank you. So without much ado, I would want to invite the last presentation for the day before we will head for lunch, and that will be coming from the National Counterterrorism Center of Kenya. The person that is representing that, the director, is Ms. Marlon Ngare. I hope I pronounced that well. She is the one representing the National Counterterrorism Center of Kenya on this very occasion. You are welcome, Ms. Marlon, to make your intervention, and that will be on trying to understand violent extremism in Eastern Africa, issues, key drivers, facts, figures, and so on and so forth, just trying to provide a general overview. And what the National Center has also done so far. This would be a great opportunity to give us some insights about their roles, what they have been able to do, and what they are doing, their strategy, maybe some of the public strategies, because we may not want them to expose some of the inside strategy, which may not be for public consumption, but I'm sure she knows the one that will be for public consumption. I'm not preempting your presentation, but I'm very sure that you know what to say. Ms. Marlon.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Marion Gary. I'm representing the National Counterterrorism Center, and I'll be taking you through some of our key milestones that we've been able to achieve. And I'll give you also a general overview of what the center is about and how we've been working with the stakeholders so far. So the National Counterterrorism Center is a multi-agency organization. It draws membership from officers and other workers from the major security agencies. We also have a representation from the various ministries that we work with, that is our various stakeholders. Basically, the NCTC has a representation not only from the security agencies, but from other ministries that are relevant. Some are permanent, some are ad hoc, and that is how we carry on our work. So the security agencies that are represented, we have the Kenya Defense Forces, we have the National Intelligence Service, we have the National Police, we have Kenya Wildlife Service, we have the Prisons Department, and many other stakeholders that are represented at the center. So what is the mandate of NCTC? Basically, NCTC has been there since 2004, when it was conceived through a cabinet decision. From 2004 up to around 2012, the NCTC is when now it got its mandate from the Security Laws Amendment of 2012. Famously, we call them the Prevention of Terrorism Act. That is when NCTC was anchored into law, and from then on, it gained various mandates, one of which is to develop strategies on countering violent extremism, as well as counterterrorism, because again, we are the national focal point on counterterrorism matters. Another mandate of the NCTC that we have is that one of creating public awareness on countering violent extremism. So on this one, we have involved stakeholders, both within and outside government, on fighting terrorism through what we call the CVE, and it has been, it is intense. The work on creating public awareness is intense, and we have achieved a lot of milestones in that area. Another mandate of NCTC is we are the custodian of all matters on city. All data on city is a custodian of NCTC. We have many other mandates, security and otherwise, including the certification of aviation schools. Because of course, as we know, terrorism has been evolving, and as we know that terrorists usually carry out their attacks through various ways, including use of aeroplanes or aircraft. So NCTC has many mandates. Those are just a few that I can share with you. And then apart from the mandate, I'll talk generally about the violent extremism in Kenya, and more so in East Africa, and the Horn of Africa, if we may call it. Terrorism has been a major threat, more so in the past decade. We have experienced major attacks from the Al-Shabaab, because as we all know it, our major or immediate threat is the Al-Shabaab, which is of course an affiliate of Al-Qaeda. And Kenya, notably, has been among the worst affected countries in our region, and a lot of effort has been geared towards fighting the terrorist groups. As we all know, Kenya has lost many lives from the Al-Shabaab attacks. If we can name them, we have those from Westgate in 2013. From then on, we have had a series of attacks, some targeted at civilians, others targeted at our security forces. And a lot of lives have been lost, and so has property been destroyed. We are still nursing both physical and psychological wounds from attacks from terrorism. So everyone here is affected is affected by terrorism in one way or another. Also notably, we have lost many young men and women who have crossed over to join the Al-Shabaab on the other side of Somalia. A lot of training has been taken on in Somalia, where they have training grounds and safe havens. But again, you know that our military has also done a lot of work. That is the Kenya Defense Forces. Since it was sent there in 2011, it has been able to subdue, together with the other groups from AMISOM, they have been able to subdue the terrorist groups and have uprooted them from their major camps. So those are the milestones that we can talk about as we talk of the counterterrorism measures that have been taken. It is also notable to note that terrorist groups globally still remain active. This is despite the COVID-19 pandemic. We still continue to hear of attacks being carried out in various countries, and even Al-Shabaab have not slept during the COVID period. They have continued to carry out major attacks, mostly in Somalia. So this tells us or reminds us that terrorists still remain devoted actors. And what do we mean by devoted actors? A devoted actor is someone who is willing to sacrifice their lives, their families, their everything because of an ideology or a cause that they believe in. And this has been well proven by the terrorists who in their groups have created what we call a group identity. So to them, the ideology is supreme to everything else in their lives. That is why they have sacrificed their everything, and they are still active despite even major pandemics that have held everyone down. So it is important to note that these terror groups and terrorists never sleep, and so must we never slumber in our fight against violent extremism. Again, in the fight against terrorism, it is also notable to know that right now there's a terrorist group in Mozambique, which is not very far from us, that has been formed, and most of the young people who have joined that group in Mozambique originate from Kenya. So you can still see how Kenya is being affected by the violent extremist groups. These people have crossed borders, and most of them have been inspired and still continue to be inspired by ideologies of violent extremists. So this fight is very far from over, and it is time to continue upping our game. If we can talk of the drivers to violent extremism, we know of many things that are drawing young women and men into violent extremist groups. And the drivers that we know of, the first one I can talk of is the religious driver. This is where youth have been lured or have been recruited through, if I can call them, misleading religious teachings that instill in them the issues to do with violence, militancy, and this is also a key issue that has driven Al-Shabaab and its recruitment networks. What we have done as a nation or through NCTC is that we have engaged religious leaders from all religious representations, from Christians to Muslims to Hindus, to every religious outfit that we know of, because we believe that when we tackle the ideology part, then we are halfway the battle. Because yes, we can fight militarily, but if we do not attack the ideology, then the fight will be far from over. So religion, or rather the misrepresentation of religion, has been exploited by terrorist groups to draw our young men and women into terrorist groups. Another driver that we know of is that of marginalization, whether perceived or real. The youth or those who are recruited into violent extremism, some of them have issues of marginalizations, and this one I'm talking about regional marginalization. There have been issues in the past where some regions have felt that they have been marginalized for too long by the government. And these narratives have been exploited by the recruiters, and we have seen some of our young people are being driven to terrorist groups by the issue of marginalization. We have also the issue of poverty, and that goes hand in hand with the lack of employment. The unemployment crisis, as we all know, is not only an issue in Kenya, it is still an issue in East Africa that governments are grappling with. So many of our unemployed youth have found themselves desperate and hopeless, to the extent that they have been lured into violent extremist groups by the promise of greener pastures. Initially, they draw these young men and women using some monetary resources, but of course, along the way, when they are recruited, they find that the grass was not greener as they had been promised. So this is one of the main issues that we are still also trying to work on. How do we empower our youth so that they gain a sense of identity, they gain a sense of patriotism, at least through finding something that they can do and fend for themselves and their families. Another driver to violent extremism has been the presence of technology. As you all know, technology has been expanding rapidly and in a very vast manner. The generation we have now, especially of the youth, have access to all forms of social media networks, some of which I'm sure even some of us have not even interacted with. So you find that in these forums, especially the social media, the youth easily find violent extremist materials and ideologies where they are indoctrinated and recruited through, of course, friends, and through some what we call self-radicalization. You find that an individual actually has not been influenced by a friend or a family member, but through their own initiative and exploration of the internet, they are able to come across violent extremism material that, and they are able to self-radicalize and also carry out violent extremist attacks. This has also been witnessed elsewhere, especially in Europe, where youth self-radicalize themselves through the internet, and they carry out what we call the lone wolf attacks. So these are some of the drivers that draw youth into violent extremism. Another driver we can talk about is actually some youth, we can call it just adventurers. Some youth you find that they do not lack anything that is materially, but they have an adventurous spirit. So you find that some of them, yes, come from very well-up families, and they go to the other side to explore what it has to offer. So these are some of the few drivers to violent extremism, but it is important to note that there is no single driver that we can pinpoint to that drives a person or an individual to violent extremism. You find that these drivers interact with one another. So that is much about the drivers to violent extremism. Facts and figures. Of course, we are saying that we cannot tell the exact facts and figures of the youth who have been drawn into violent extremism, but the number has been alarming. But of course, due to the various interventions that we have, that number has drastically reduced, and that is a key milestone that we are proud of. I'll talk also briefly about countering violent extremism, because that is the long-term plan in fighting terrorism. Yes, as much as various efforts have been put through counterterrorism measures, that is through military operations, both inside and outside Somalia, the government has realized that at the end of the day, what we need is what we call the soft approach. As much as we subdue the Al-Shabaab from their safe havens and operating grounds, what is it that we can do to drain the pool of radicalization into these violent extremist groups? Remember that most of the youth that have been drawn into these groups are from the East African region. So what is a long-term strategy that the government has? So through the National Counterterrorism Center, of course, we were mandated to come up with a soft approach to tackling violent extremism. And out of it, an idea was conceived, which we call the Countering Violent Extremism, or famously the CVE, in which the government realized the need to draw in actors, not only from the security sectors, but from each and every sectors that represent the Kenyan people. So stakeholders were drawn on a national level. From the security forces, we had representation from our religious leaders. We had representation from our civil society, which is very key in fighting violent extremism. We continue to work with them hand in hand. We have representation from the academia, because of course our learning institutions, as we realized, were the soft target for recruiting youth into these violent extremist groups. So you can imagine any representation from the non-security actors. Actually, they were involved in drafting the national strategy to countering violent extremism. So out of that brainstorming from that national level, the national strategy to counter violent extremism was conceived, and the first draft, or the first version of the NACV, was launched in September 2016 by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. And from then on, we now got a roadmap on how to involve each and every stakeholder in this fight, because we realized that this was no longer work for the security agencies. So since then, a major milestone that was born from the NACV, because now the NACV is a national strategy, and we needed to operationalize the document. So what we did was to come up with the county action plans. And as we speak now, we have 47 county action plan. And if you may ask, what is a county action plan? A county action plan is simply a document that sets priorities on the areas that are to be tackled in each and every county. So each and every county, through of course the various stakeholders, brainstorms on the issues that make youth in their counties vulnerable to violent extremism. And from then on, an action plan is drawn on how to tackle the violent extremism, because we realize that, again, each and every county has its own dynamics. So a CAP for Nairobi would not fit, for example, in Mombasa, because we know that Mombasa has its own unique challenges and dynamics that draw young people into violent extremism. So through the 47 CAPs, now stakeholders are able to sit and deliberate on what are the issues that we need to tackle or to address so that we can counter the threat. So ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, we have 47 county action plans, of course, drawn from the national strategy. And most of the counties are implementing the county action plans. It is also notable to note that the CAPs are co-chaired by the governor and the county commissioner. So these are the two major people that we rely on at the county level, because these are the people who are who convene the other stakeholders. And most importantly, the county commissioner is the custodian of the county action plan. So that is how we've been doing it here in Kenya. And of course, we started with the coastal region, because that had been the region that was mostly affected by violent extremist groups. Most of the youth actually who crossed over to Somalia, most of them originated from the coastal region. So that is where we experimented with our county action plans. And we can say almost now 4-5 years down the line, a lot of milestone has been made in that region. The Mombasa region, or the coastal region as we call it, the many youth that used to cross over to Somalia is now a thing of the past because of the CV work that has been carried out in that area. So through the CAPS, again, we've been able to interact with various partners, both CSOs and all the stakeholders I had talked about, and including the ones that we have here today, who have made this conference happen. They are still our partners, and we continue to work with them in various ways. So those are the milestones that we can talk about of our journey to countering violent extremism. Maybe as we close, it is important to know that as various stakeholders, we need to be devoted actors. Remember, I've told you that the terrorists are devoted actors. They have sacrificed their everything to make sure that they achieve their cause. So even as we continue to engage, as we continue to fight violent extremism, I think the key or the bottom line is also to become devoted actors in our various capacity as stakeholders, because the moment we slumber, I think is the moment we know that things happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I beg to rest my case. Thank you for your audience as we continue to interact with each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we give her another round of applause? Thank you very much, Marion, for that great intervention. We do appreciate you. We will have like 10 minutes for questions and answers, maybe directed to Marion. We have some online. We have some of you who may also want to ask their questions or make some interventions. But permit me once again to recognize some of our partners and committed stakeholders who are there online and since morning. We would also give them the opportunity whenever they want to make an observation, a comment, or ask a question. Of course, in the morning, we heard from Helen Kezie Moha, who is the director of Women's International Peace Center in Uganda. We appreciate you, and we know you are there. If you have any comment as we conclude for today's event or question regarding the last presentation from Ms. Marion, who has come from the National Counter-Terrorism Center in Kenya, you are free to do so. We also want to recognize Eugenia Kaetesi, who is the director of IPA, Institute of Policy Analysis and Research in Rwanda. We appreciate you. We know you are there. Once you have any question, let us know. We appreciate the representative of the Inspector General of Police in Rwanda, who has been with us since morning, Mr. Denis Basabose. From the Rwanda National Police, we know you are there. We recognize you. Your presentation will be holding tomorrow, and we are sure what you had today will also help you to finalize your presentation. We also want to recognize once again Dr. Agi Shaka, Mugabe, who is from the Center for Conflict Management at the University of Rwanda. You have been there, and we know you have supported this program very well. And the last but not the least, our Wilson Center African Program US team. We know that all of you are tuned in since morning, irrespective of the time difference. We recognize you. We appreciate you for supporting us in moving forward this program, which, as you can see, has drawn a lot of national and regional interest to the extent that the Minister for Interior here at CS, the Cabinet Secretary, really approved of this event. So we appreciate the Wilson Center. We most importantly appreciate the Carnegie Foundation for supporting us, this Africa program, and we continue to request for that support for us to be able to even do better than this. At this point, I would call on anyone who has a quick question or intervention for the last speaker, Marion, to do so. We'll start from those who are here physically present. Okay, Mr. Sindorf, please, if you...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly make two important observations from following her presentation. Thank you very much, Madam, from the Counter-Terrorism Unit. And I just want to emphasize, happily, I'm hearing the collaboration with Rwanda, Uganda, and a lot of others. And I think that that has to be sustained and taken forward. There is a popular saying that it is only a fool who goes to sleep when the neighbor's house is on fire. If you think that this problem is a Kenyan problem, and you being the neighbor, that it doesn't concern you, you will be surprised when it will hit you hard. And I'm happy she mentioned that what is happening in Mozambique is also having effects on Kenya. So I just want to emphasize that we should not run away from collaboration. We should not run away from sharing. We have to continue to share, we have to continue to collaborate. Also the fact that fighting terrorism is not a one-nation war. You can imagine that countries with both the expertise, with the strength, still look on sometimes smaller countries, like the US, will depend on smaller countries to be able to succeed. So there has to be that collaboration. And quickly again, talking about innovation, talking about moving a step ahead, I will also be kind to quote from the popular Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. He said that Eneke, the little bird, that since man has learned to fly without perching, him, the bird too, has learned, since man has learned to shoot without missing, Eneke, the bird too, says, him too, he has learned to fly without perching. So while you think you are taking the next step to be ahead of these people, they are taking steps to also be ahead of us. It's a two-way thing. So at every point in time, for people who are directly involved, emphasis should be that we have to, at every point in time, be one step ahead of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigerian High Commission, for that intervention and question. More questions, please, from the audience who are on. Is there anyone? Okay, physical.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ozo. First of all, let me really appreciate this gathering here today that is bringing scholars on this subject of CVE. My name is Kennedy Walusala from the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region. I'm in charge of the youth for the 12 countries, and of course I'll be making my presentation tomorrow. But one thing that I must say that I appreciate even from the Nigerian High Commission is what he's just raised. Going forward, the strategy that is to be engaged not just by Kenya alone, but in terms of ensuring that all key neighbors and member states are involved. And I have to say that these I'll also bring it tomorrow, because it's already a decision of the Summit of Heads of States of the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region. A summit was held actually last month, is 2.5 weeks ago on 20th of October. So I will just say that you are in the right framework, and really the bringing of scholars on this subject is key. I think I'm one person who is extremely excited to be here, not just to learn, but again to look at what you call the practical aspects of what is being undertaken, moving from the strategic plans on paper to the action and bringing the scholars in terms of having evidence-based and empirical evidence of what is going on. And if you listen to what the then representative of the Cabinet Secretary said, that is Mr. Moffat, he said that they actually don't have the figures. When a policymaker tells you that we don't have figures, and you've just listened to Madam Marion, who has again just alluded to that they don't have figures as of yet. But that tells you that the work of scholars is really key. Thank you very much, and I'm extremely grateful to having been invited in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Kennedy. Is there any other question, observation, comment from the floor here before we go online? Okay, you can go online, please.
Okay, online we have one question from Mr. Dennis Basabose, who is representing the Inspector General of the Rwanda National Police Service. He's saying, for those who have conducted research on the drivers into violent extremism, which of the drivers has been identified to contribute more than others?
Okay.
I think that will be all for now.
All right.
Yes.
Can you restore this? Thank you very much, all the contributors. We want to invite Marion back to the stage to now make a response to some of the comments and questions that have been posed by the audience before we close for the day. Marion.
Yes, so thank you very much for having me once again. I'm also delighted to be in this room full of scholars. And as you will concur with me, is that your work is extremely important in countering violent extremism. because if I can talk about NCTC, when we were first given this mandate of crafting the national strategy, the first thing that we relied upon was on our scholars, because we realized that no good strategy can come up without being evidence-based or evidence-led. So that was one of the major engagements that we did as a center. We engaged a lot of scholars, some of whom have done, who did a lot of research on drivers to radicalization and many issues surrounding violent extremism, especially in not only in Kenya but in the East African region. So out of this research, facts and recommendations, then we were able to come up with a national strategy to countering violent extremism. So notably, we can't do without the scholars, and even as we move forward, because the field of terrorism is also very dynamic, things keep on changing rapidly. Because the drivers that we identified then definitely are not the drivers probably that you're talking about now. So actually, it is what we call work in progress, because we have to keep on versing ourselves with what is happening currently. One of our participants has also talked about the need for collaboration. This is very important, especially when it comes to the East African region. We have witnessed cases where youths are being radicalized as far as, let's say, in our neighboring countries. Some are recruited, for example, from Tanzania. We've had cases where youth crossed over from Tanzania, but were radicalized in Kenya and carried out attacks in Kenya. So you can see that violent extremism has no boundaries. And as being a region, the issue of collaborating is extremely important. Even some of the youth cross over from Kenya, go to other countries, get radicalized and trained, and also probably carry out attacks there. So you can see that the issue of collaboration is extremely, extremely important. Someone has asked about which driver has been identified as the key when it comes to recruitment of the youth. As I said earlier, out of the people that we have interacted with, some whom probably were able to surrender from violent extremist groups, there is no single factor that we can say that drives a person to violent extremism, because we ask ourselves, how come there are so many unemployed youths and all of them have not joined terrorist groups? So you find, as I had said earlier, of course you can find someone who probably can say poverty was a driver to radicalization. But you'll find this person along the way came across false religious teachings. So you find it's a combination of both poverty or marginalization plus the religious teachings that drove this person into violent extremism. So for now, it is hard to pinpoint one single factor that drives an individual to be radicalized and recruited into violent extremist groups. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Marion. At this point, I think she deserves another round of applause. She's done so well. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to come to the end for today, knowing that tomorrow is another day. I want to first of all start by thanking all the presenters, starting from the chair of board of ATPS, Professor Crispus Kiamba, who chaired the morning session, through to my co-host, Professor Genga, and the keynote speaker, Honor, and the cabinet secretary, Dr. Matiangi, who was represented here by Moffat. We want to also thank, in a special way, all those that gave perspectives to the keynote speech, including Professor Genga, Professor Yawa, Eli Opondo, and the Nigerian High Commission represented here by Mr. Sindov. We thank all of you. Most importantly, we want to thank the representative from the National Counterterrorism Center, Marion. Expected. That is very good for us. We've been very good with time. I think COVID is also making people to be time conscious. So nobody stays beyond a time mapped out. So I want to thank you on behalf of the ATPS management and board of directors for having participated in this very important event. And on behalf of my partners, my co-hosts, the Rongo University, led by the director here, Professor Genga, and other partners from Eastern Africa, from IPA Rwanda, from the University of Rwanda, from from Uganda, the Women in Peace, International Peace Center, from Ethiopia, the University of Addis Ababa University. So we thank all of you for participating in today's event. Thank you, and God bless. Tomorrow we start again by 9 a.m. With presentations. So at this point, I would say bon appetit as you go for your lunch. Thank you very much.